See, you wouldn't feel like that if you had a bigger foot.
Mm. I still would, because you know how hard it is to find shoes for large sizes?
Yes.
Well,
Painfully so.
look, see, the proper response is, yeah, I have a really tiny foot, which means just you're barely going to feel it when I put it up your ass.
Well, I'm not thinking that far ahead. What can I say?
I mean, luckily my foot's so big, if I put it up your ass, I'll be tickling your tonsils.
Hey. Still haven't had my tonsils removed. I don't think I'll ever have to, thankfully.
Yeah, same here.
Well, yeah, because it's not really a necessary thing anymore. There are a lot more treatments and for it now that don't require removal. I was because I was looking. I don't remember where I was looking, but I had to get mine removed. But I think about 5 years after that, that was in 2002, and I think about 2007 or so, newer treatments started to come out where removal is not very common anymore.
Well, I feel robbed of all the ice cream I could eat.
Yeah, I mean that I do remember celebrating the getting it done because I was told I'd get to eat ice cream for a couple weeks, which I did.
Learned a new trick with my photo editor today.
Oh, what's that?
I'm gearing up for like an in-person Savage Worlds campaign, and Savage Worlds uses maps with grids, and so I just learned using my photo editor how to add grids to like a JPEG of a map that doesn't have grids and stuff.
Is that what you asked me about for Korea?
No. This is going to be the Weird West. The Korean thing was because I just finished watching Gyeongsong Creature, and I know I just mauled the name of that place. On Netflix, and it took place in 1945. So when towards the end of the war, but the Japanese were still occupying. And I've seen a couple other shows set somewhere between 1910, 1945, when the Japanese really locked down their colonial bit. And I realized I just didn't know a lot about that period of Korean history. I've read pretty well in the Korean War, but so I was just looking for resources, and I remember you saying that that's kind of what you studied. So, and you gave me some good recommendations. I've had to interlibrary loan them because they're most of them are academic texts and therefore more money than I want to spend.
Oh yeah, they are expensive. I was glad when I was a student they were also for free because hey, student rights.
Free textbooks, Jesus.
Yeah, my e-library, my university's e-library was like, oh, you want to borrow this? Sure. Normally it's like $80, but here you can have it. Like, okay.
Cool.
It's something the European Union's good for,
Yeah, fair enough. Do we have a new encyclopedia entry?
I'm actually assembling that now. I kind of started the stream after I forgot I had written it up, so I'm writing it up now. So,
Oh no!
Encyclopedia assemble.
In other news, I started watching my first anime ever.
What are you watching?
Initial D.
I've never seen that one.
It's about cars. It's about cars.
Gas. Yeah.
Cars going fast.
Oh, Speed Racer. Go Speed Racer. Go Speed Racer.
Yeah, Initial D is pretty fun.
Yeah, it is very fun. I ordered a scale model of the car. Should be arriving sometime next month.
Nice.
It looks really good. It's imported from frickin' Japan. I had to pay 30 euros for it. Crazy.
Oof.
It's a $5 model with $25 in shipping.
It's actually a 15,000 yen model which is like, it's approximately like what, $15, I think.
Yeah.
So everything else is like slapped on, yeah.
Yeah, because anything that's going to get to you now has got to go around the Horn of Africa.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have a buddy.
Or by plane.
I have a buddy who spent his entire naval career in Japan and married a Japanese woman, so he goes back every couple of years. They go back for a month, 2 months, and he knows these model shops where even out of print, Bandai stuff is $10-15 equivalent. So
Yeah,
I
those
always
things are great.
give him a list of like 2 or 3 things that I'm looking for, and he'll he'll take it up, toss the box, and then just put the parts and the instructions into a Ziploc and pack it in his luggage and bring it home. Because you can order them from Japan. Like there's Hobby Link, you can order them from Hobby Link Japan, and you can choose the super cheap shipping, which is by literal slow boat from Japan, and in 6 months you'll get your model. But yeah, you can't beat it because those kits that he's brought me are selling for anywhere from 50 to over $100 here, and he's in Japan they're still on sale for like $15-20.
That's wild.
Yeah. Well, it just makes sense because it's so expensive to get them over anywhere else.
Yeah, the size of the packaging always just kind of screws everything up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Especially with bigger ones. Like I used to assemble 48s, and those are
Oh, yeah.
big ones. Now I switched to a smaller scale, so we're good.
Well, and I know like lately there've been a lot of really cool online model shops operating out of. I know there's one out of Poland, and there's one out of the Czech Republic.
Yeah, the
that
Czech
are-
Republic is a big one. My buddies
Yeah.
also order from one in Ukraine,
Mm.
actually, and they still do good business with them.
Huh.
All
Yeah, it
right,
was-
got my entry set up. Time to actually get going. Sorry about that, everybody. To that. Hello, welcome to the Electric Metropolis video game tour. I'm AD Springer, also known as Corbinian, and this is another session of the Great Continental War of the Setting Sun, a Fantasy Age 2nd Edition RPG. I did not quite realize that I didn't have my encyclopedia ready for stream, so I was like, well, once I already started, I thought I'd just let it run. So you all had the pleasure of listening to these pleasant folk while they talk about their
Pleasant.
strange interests. Although initially
You called me annoying just a while ago. What the hell, man?
that wasn't on stream, so you can't prove it. I don't care that there's witnesses. Yes, let's get into the Encyclopedia Continentalis.
This episode brought to you by Eastern European Model Shops. Thanks, Eastern European Model Shops.
I mean, I'll listen to offers. I'll have to talk to Twitch first. Azo's got to get his. No. On a gloomy autumn week, Lieutenant Isabelle Dumas returns from a triumphant campaign to secure a port north of Aquahaven. In Aquahaven, Brevet Sous Lieutenant Bianchi takes a moment for himself, tending to his customized weaponry. Meanwhile, Captain McNeil and Lieutenant Borgia undertake the challenging task of convincing Lieutenant Colonel Adeline Richter of the 1st Corps of the Almanian Army to surrender the Vitlulian fort to Marshal Duval and the 7th Corps of the Grand Armée de Gallia. However, the situation quickly escalates, leading to Captain McNeil's arrest and Lieutenant Borgia's hasty retreat to conceal himself in the fort. And we have a map this time. Didn't have a map last time. I was very upset. I was like, wait, I don't have it? Oh, right. I need to actually, generate it and stuff and name it. Yeah, so, Dumas, on your end, you had been, you fought the smugglers, you had some casualties, but, the small port village, was secured, along with the, trusty little rifle, from across the glimmering sea.
It's like they're very light casualties.
Yeah.
Only 2 dead.
Was it 2 dead or just 1 dead?
It was 1 or 2, yeah. Because I think there were only like 7 people total wounded. And it's like half that or something, or a third of that. So it wasn't many.
Is there anything in particular you would be doing before you left the port town? Because you have secured them, You secure the smuggler hideout and their goods. I think I gave you the monies for that.
Yep. Not really. Oh, I take that back. Did we capture anyone from the raid, or were they either dead or escaped?
You would have captured some people, yeah. Especially the guy that you were chasing down, the guy who had the rifle, the sharpshooter.
All right. What is the punishment for smuggling in Gallia, and what is it in Vitlu?
In Gallia, it would either amount to a rather high fine or jail time, prison time. In Vitlu, they would. You would either get prison time for them, or you would be shipped off to to one of the loyal colonies to serve out your time at a colony out there.
Okay, so to both a Vitluvian and a Gallian, a prison term of like 5 years or something would seem just.
Yeah. Depending on magnitude, if it was really big, then you'd be like maybe 10 years or so, but generally 5 to 10, somewhere around there.
All right, then what I intend to do is take these men back to Aquahaven and see that they are arrested and imprisoned for that period of time. And I would like to use it as a moment to try to bring. Well, it's not Aquahaven that I was going to. It was the port, right?
Yeah.
It's a smaller town. Yeah. So to use to kind of get this town used to operating
Bleacher's
under
Edge, there we go.
Galleon law. So basically holding a trial in the Galleon style and try to get the mayor to preside over it, and show them that Galleon punishments are very in line with Vitluvian thinking. Just kind of get this town more on board with Galleon oversight.
Yeah, the only thing that will be slightly more difficult is that the new Galleon system under Emperor Stornhelm is different than the older way, which Vitlu subscribes to. But it's, if people get it, people will tend to like it. You think, because people back in Gallia do, but in Vitlu they do it in a far more. I mean, evidence matters, but it's a far more arbitrary system rather than a more systemized system.
Yeah, that's why I feel like this is a great case to show them the benefits, because they're already generally going to agree that if these guys are guilty, then the Galleon punishment would be just. So all that I've got to sell them on is determining if they're guilty, right? I don't have to sell them on the punishment system.
Give me communication leadership.
Oh, right.
And I'll give you +1 because this is helping out the town, because this is dealing with smugglers that they haven't dealt with before. They were the ones being subject to this, so.
And is this towards, who is this towards?
I'll actually aim that at you. Who are you trying to convince the most of this? Like, who are you trying to sway the most in town?
The leading citizens, right? The mayor, people who own lots of property.
Bourgeois, then.
Yeah, so it's the people who actually have a chance at being mayor and enforcing this kind of thing. That puts me. I have +8 with them, down to +5 because they're not my faction, but another +1 from your bonus. So this is at a +6 overall. $16.
$16. That will succeed. I'll give you a reputation boost with the bourgeoisie, of course, the middle class. Who would be mad at this? Only people I could possibly guess that would be the radicals, rather than the common folk.
Well, I mean, no. The system I'm teaching them is the one that the revolution
Well, that's
introduced.
true, yeah.
If anyone would be mad, it'd be the monarchists, because
Yes.
now the system of privilege in the legal system is gone.
Like
Right.
of the few kids that are like the few people who are related to nobles in Vitlu, it's like, oh no,
They've
the
lost-
system doesn't care about that.
Yeah, they've lost exemption from penalties and stuff.
Champion of Galleon Law. You're championing the cause in other realms.
I'm 1 point away from having militarists and middle classes equal despite being a militarist.
Well, who do you think pays all your checks?
I mean,
Taxpayers.
it's almost enough to like. Is there a serious penalty? Am I going to get murdered if I switch factions?
You would get so the -3 you suffer from the new, if you switch to a new faction, the -3 you had with them goes away, but whoever you switch away from, you get an additional -3 because you're a turncoat. So instead of just -3,
Okay.
it's a -6 total.
Okay, I didn't know if as long as you didn't like stab them in the back when you left, if there was a penalty or if there was always a penalty.
There almost always is. You can try to do like a quest that makes it hurt less. Like you just say, "Hey, I want to change, but I don't want to
Yeah.
leave on bad terms." It's like, well, okay, you're gonna need to do something for us then, because you're leaving the cause, abandoning the cause. Some might say. It's like, well, I just like the other cause a little bit more. That's all. Don't be mad. Here, I'll do you
Yeah.
a favor. I'm
So
not your
then-
enemy, I swear.
So then I just see to the trial, and then I'll be coming back to Aquahaven.
Very good. Meanwhile, back in Aquahaven. So Brevet Sous Lieutenant Luciano Bianchi. The 7th Corps have arrived in Aquahaven. And actually, you weren't here last. Did you see the stream? Last one or no?
I ×2'd it, yeah.
Okay, cool. So, so you're at Aquahaven. My presumption was that you were, while the 7th Corps was the 2nd Division was, and all of them were meeting up with the Marshal. There wasn't a ton for you to do. Like everyone was kind of left to their own devices. So I imagined you went into town to try to commission your knock gun.
I mean, yeah. I'll try.
Let's try a communication investigation check with the middle class, because you're trying to find an armor in the Fey Market that can do what you're looking for. Like, because some people might say they're an armor. It's like, well, I mean, actually, it's probably like only 1 or 2 armors. You're trying to find out which one is even close to what you want to do for the price that you think it's worth. Because some people might go, oh, it's worth. It'll take 500 gold to do that, like, or it's impossible. Like, no, okay.
Luckily, I only have a -1 with the middle class. That's after the -3. Nine.
You struggle to find anyone in Faymarket. You may have to look in other neighborhoods as opposed to like the regular. Like people live in Faymarket in Aquahaven, but like it's maybe you might find a private armor or gunsmith in a different neighborhood. So you basically spend a good chunk of the day looking around, asking around, trying to find out who can do what you're looking for. And after a significant amount of time, you're getting offered, you're either being told it's impossible or they're asking for exorbitant prices that you really don't think you'd have to pay. You should have to pay. It doesn't, you know roughly how much it should cost. I mean, it's not inexpensive, but not like silly amounts that they're saying. Which either they're overcharging you or they don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, I'd keep going around. Like I said, it's one of those. I'd like to find someone here, but if I don't, I can still enjoy the day.
Yeah. Actually, as night rolls around, is there anything that you would be up to? After you've asked around, you're pretty sure it's not in Faymarket. If you want to look somewhere else, you'll have to wait till tomorrow. But you have the night. And last you heard, Lieutenant Borgia and Captain McNeil were off on some assignment up at the fort. But beyond that, you don't know the specifics because you're a private Sioux lieutenant. It's not really... It has nothing to do with your troops, and your unit isn't doing anything. They're just kind of here, resupplying, getting their pay, all that sort of stuff, and just taking time off, frankly.
Well, if there's not a local salon, I'd probably try and mingle with the locals.
You know that there would be a salon in in the Old Mauer. Because that's where some of the nicer houses are and such.
Yeah, then I'll head over looking for the local salon and engage in niceties, see what I can learn about the local area.
Give me another communication investigation.
With a +5. So I got 19.
19's pretty good. 19 is pretty good. Benefit. I think there's a benefit tied to this.
Yeah, like the factional powers.
Oh, intellectual exchange. What would that have been if it was an intelligence roll instead, with +3? What's your intelligence number?
Intelligence is a 1 more, so it would have been a 20.
Okay. So, as you ask amongst a somewhat of a montage moment of, who are you? What are you doing here? Because you go to because usually these salons are at someone's house, right? Like it's someone's house or someone's manor, and you're coming in. Although now you're an officer, so it's not as unusual for you to show up. But it's like, okay, and then you show them you tell them who you are, you show your emblem, and okay, and you're in with a bunch of other people. You see, there's a mix of Almanian and Gallian and Vitlulian people who are milling about, talking among themselves. Some people give you a good shake of the hand. Some of you introduce you to other people. And as you express your interest in learning more about current events and what everyone seems to know, people gladly tell you what they know as much as they can. And they ask you questions too, like, hey, what happened over at Seabreeze Cove? What have you heard? You came from LaSalle. Oh, what's LaSalle like? What happened recently? So it's a lot of exchanging of information over coffee and wine and snacks. But you gather during this exchange that the Salon is aware that there seems to be a growing. No one says that outright. Everyone just hints at it and whispers around it, even here in one of their salons. But there's a strong belief that the Ten Islanders are assembling a new coalition to break the Continental system with force. The problem the Salon has is they don't know where they're going to do it. They don't know if it's going to be in the Peninsula de Castrum, if it's going to be here in Vitlu, if it's going to be straight at Gallia, if they're going to attack Almania instead. And they think that the Tin Islander, some of them have talked about that they've heard of Tin Island envoys being sent out to Finland. Very important ones, the kind that helped assemble coalition allies in the last big war. So the problem is it's so far away, it's going to take a very long time to figure out who exactly they're talking to. But the United Colonies are not a minor power. They're not the greatest power out there, but they're no longer a minor power worth forgetting about. They have a navy, they have an army, and if they entered into a continental war, that would be an issue. They would tip the scale a little bit. But the general feeling is that they don't know who. They think that wouldn't be enough for the Tin Isles to risk this. Somebody else is on board, which is either the Mustaqualani or the Wenalani. Maybe one of the hill folk or the forest folk, but they are so old-fashioned in their military strategies. Even if they were entered into it, it really wouldn't matter. They still do pike and shot, to give you an idea of how old-fashioned their way of fighting is compared to the more modern system.
Well, I'd definitely still prefer to not be stabbed with a pike or shot.
Yes.
But no, that's good information. Like I said, I'll happily schmooze with the Salon folk, and like I said, for me, it's trying to just ingrain myself with. It's not even really just like the high society of the town, but just get a good understanding of who's who, who's where, and the right people to talk to.
I think the one thing most people would ask you, regarding you'd be asked it by different people. What's Bianchi's opinion of what the Salon, how the Salon, or rather, what side the Salon should be on?
In what matter?
In the Ten Islander Continental, sorry, not Continental. Oh no, I'm right. Continental system attack, basically. Because the thing that you're learning, especially with that higher roll, the one thing you're learning about the Salon, especially now that you've ingratiated yourself, you've been to at least 4 salons.
I think I've been to 4 salons this is now my second country.
Yeah. So you're getting the feeling that everyone here isn't necessarily out for Gallia. They're out for Stornhelm and his allies, which includes them, obviously, because they're all in the room.
I'd put to them that while, yes, this may lead to further conflict in the temporary, and worse comes to worse, another continental war, the fact that the Stormhelms are trying to lead and pioneer a truly continental system will, in the long term, serve us all better than what is currently around. So it's more, let's focus on the future and not the immediate.
I get you.
That's our job to do.
The guiding hand of the continent. Then we look to Fort Aquahaven as Captain McNeil. You, as I recall, you surrendered. She called you to be arrested, and you didn't resist. You just allowed yourself to be taken.
Yeah, no. Lifted my hand, said, "Go ahead, you do what you want."
You would be as a officer. You would be simply just taken to your quarter. You'd be disarmed, but taken to your quarters. To a quarter, rather, like an actual room that an officer would sit in. You're just under house arrest, essentially. Stay in here, don't go anywhere.
They wouldn't deny an old man his walking stick, would they?
Nope, they would not. They would take your firearms and your blade, but your cane they'll leave.
Good thing I have no blade.
Yeah.
Ha ha ha. Okay.
The room is actually pretty good. It still has the Vitluian, because the battle for Fort Aquahaven wasn't all that long ago, but this room didn't take a ton of damage. There is marked absences of things. Like you notice there is a candle in here to light as it gets dark, as it's getting darker. Someone lights some of the candles for you. Or turn on lamps. Sorry, lamps, candles in this time period.
Lamps.
You can have lamps from whale oil.
It's
In fact,
also
a bit.
your world.
Well, it depends. If there's blockades, people may actually be having to find candles, and because whale oil would be hard to come by if 10 islanders are mucking about and sinking ships.
I will say that, yeah, this place does have some lamp oil, just not a ton. They ask you not to use all of it because they're using Almanian supplies rather than the Vitluian ones. But you notice that there's absences of stuff. Like, looting has happened here. They didn't clean it out. They just grabbed what was easy to grab. But some painting there, a nice clothing cabinet there, the bed's made and all that stuff. Like, it's a nice enough room. It just hasn't been redecorated.
Okay, well, do I at least have any windows or anything?
You would see, yeah, you'd have a window.
If I look outside the window, can I notice the people are scrambling to find Diego?
Perception, empathy, or seeing?
Just call for perception. There we go. Nope. Too dark.
It's kind of hard to see from your vantage point. You're mostly looking out into the water, so you're seeing like the wall guards, tower guards. You kind of look down. You see some people milling around, but no more active than they would be otherwise.
Okay, well, I shall remain here in this room until such an opportunity arises that I can either slip out very unnoticed, or something extraordinary happens, or I am released.
Give me intelligence thieves lore. You don't have thieves lore, but that's what it would be.
13 with 4 stun points.
13's not terrible. Is it enough in my head?
Would a +2 or a 15 get it?
I think 13's enough.
Remember, we figured out action points. You have to re-roll. It's not the +2 anymore. We were
Oh.
doing it wrong.
That's a fresh out the box thing.
I can re-roll it if it's not enough.
13 will do it. I was just debating if what I was thinking was very hard to know or not.
Okay.
So you spend some time looking around the room, looking at the door, listening, not necessarily putting your ear to the door necessarily, but like just being aware of your surroundings. You think, since you're under house arrest, it's not like the windows aren't barred or anything. It's just the room, right? You're just on your own honor.
Mm-hmm.
So in theory, you might be able to slip out of the window and clamber down and then try for the walls, and then you might be able to jump off the other side in a gap. So you basically would have, you figure, at least climb down, scamper across to the wall, climb up the wall, and then up and over. Well, there's a pathway obviously where people are walking, but you'd have to very quickly get over the wall and get off it on the other side to get outside, so you're out here.
Okay,
Then
well,
head for the river.
I'll mutter to myself, "Oh, Diego, you best set off some powder barrels or something," and I won't act on anything until I see an opportunity.
Lieutenant Borgia, the Invisible Man.
Mm-hmm.
People are walking around in patrols. There was alarms at first as McNeil was being pulled away, but very quickly they start slowing down a bit and being a little more methodical in their patrols, a little more methodical in their search patterns. So they're not just running around scrambling, they seem to be being very careful. But because of the role you did before, you basically went invisible for a bit. You're able to kind of get away from the initial, like the central buildings, so you're kind of in some of the outer buildings within the fort. So you're not where they're searching isn't where you're likely to be. Basically, they're searching where they think the only place you could possibly be, except they're wrong. You're actually in a different part. They might, if you stay here too long in where you are, eventually they'll come over and search your area. And as thorough as they're being, someone's gonna poke a barrel at the wrong time or poke a haystack. They'll find you eventually if you're not constantly moving.
Right. Okay. I know we left 8 sharpshooters in the hills, and then we took 25 men with us. Where are those 25 men? Are they in the fort and arrested? Did we leave them outside the fort?
They came with you into the fort. Currently, they are... Yeah, you're the only officers. They would be put into... They are arrested because they wouldn't have fought very much given the numbers that are here. And without orders from the officers, they just have people telling them they need to set aside. So there was some brawling. And at this point, people are being escorted into the holding cells and lower areas of the fort.
So I didn't have a chance to rally them or organize them after I disappeared.
You could, but to be in the midst of the enemy.
Right. Okay. And I'm assuming the fort, even during the daytime, is keeping the gate closed.
You can.
Go ahead.
You can use a point to change a thing about the scene, right?
Yeah.
Action point to change something in the scene.
I might suggest that when they came to be disarmed, like when the fort garrison like marched out the guard or something to put your guys, they happened to be like next to an unoccupied house or stable where they could kind of hold up secure, right? And they're in a standoff when you arrive rather than actively being disarmed. There's like, they're like in a stable with their guns out, and there's like a Almanian officer trying to convince them not to do something stupid. Because then you might have a chance.
That is a thing you could do.
Yeah. My thought had also been potentially to take my 25 men and take the central building where the offices and all this went down. Because I think if the building is as small as I'm thinking it is, we could overpower the people inside, and then we have their commander in the central building to look out from. The old, you call guards on me, will you? Well, I have guards too. So Could I spend that point to at least have the opportunity to rally my men and get them to take that central building before basically turning the tables on my captor, or McNeil's captor?
I would say that would instigate a mass combat, a mass battle.
Okay.
Your troops versus the
150 of
fort
them.
troops. Mind you,
Okay.
it would be your troops versus fort troops, and it would either be, if you win, if you win 2 stages to 3, right? 2 of 3, then
Right.
you're able to get into the building before they're able to call in the rest of their unit over to where they are. Because the fort doesn't have, the majority of people are, because the town's only so big, they're in tents and such,
Right,
like
right.
7th. So, if you get 2 of 3, you get into the building, your objective's assembled. If not, they stall you out long enough that overwhelming force comes to the fort, and there's just no fighting that anymore.
Right. Let me check on something. So I'd be rolling at least -3, because even within the fort, I think they outnumber me at least 4-1. I think actually it's 6-1. If you said 150, I think last time.
Yeah.
And I would need to get through how many stages?
You need to get 2 of the 3 stages. Ideally, you'd want all 3 because it means less casualties, but
Right.
whoever gets the 2
I'm
first.
I'm also not necessarily sure I want to start a war between Gallia and their ostensible allies.
As Borgia's considering his options, which doesn't take a massive amount of time, he's just, there's a moment of, I
Right.
need to consider what I'm doing here. Like what we're talking about at length, this character is probably doing at speed.
Right.
I'm gonna give you a perception seeing. It's gonna be opposed as something is moving, something else out here is moving. Oh wow, I rolled garbage. You're probably gonna see
Yep.
it.
I'm not terribly much above you, depending on your bonuses.
That's true. Let me. Plus 20. I'm currently beating you.
By how much?
I am getting
Lots or just a point or two?
Oh, wait, I don't have to worry about telling you the number because you have to do the +2 thing. What am I worried about?
Right.
4, 5, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 14. They beat you by 1.
Okay, I'll spend an action point to re-roll. See if I can figure this out. Nah. That wasn't worth an action point spend.
Yeah. The most I'll say to you is that you get the feeling that as you give a kind of critical eye to your surroundings about where you can hide, where you can be moving, you get the feeling that if you were a tailor, and you are one, but if some other tailor were here, it looks like buildings are kind of situated in a way that a person could stride from building to building. Like there's not a lot of open spaces. There's lots of areas where someone could kind of slip from building to building. They're exposed for a tiny amount of time, but not as much as say a Gallian fort where it's a little more spacious,
Right.
or a Armenian fort, which would be have a lot more vantage points looking down into the area. It's almost like it's designed for tailors to be able to move around. So there could be somebody else out here. You realize you just don't see them if they are
Right.
here.
Okay, do I want to have my troops in the building, or do I want to try and do the mass battle? I think starting a fight with...
I mean, could I throw something out there for you?
Sure. Yeah, I'm kind of wishly-washling right now.
So, the captain, the lieutenant, 25 men have all entered a fortification.
Mm-hmm.
You have 8 snipers on the outside,
Mm-hmm.
and no one's come out. Is it possible that the snipers could have seen this mass movement and alarms going up?
Possible.
Then wouldn't, if they had no possibility of a shot, isn't it possible they would at least send one person
Right.
back to inform the general forces?
Right.
So your option could be just to hold position until situation changes. Because you holding position, like an inaction, is still forcing your opponent into an action they don't want to make.
Yeah, because while they think you're still here, they're gonna keep looking for you
Right.
rather than doing what they probably want to do.
Right. So do I need to spend an action point to make that happen?
I would say so. Yeah, because that's a pretty beneficial thing.
Do you want me to spend one of mine to make that happen for you?
You can do that.
If you... What?
I'm saying you can do that.
Okay. If you don't mind, because I want to keep one in reserve since I'm still in the fort.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine. I'll spend an action point to essentially let one of the snipers or however many come back to inform the general forces.
Actually, you're in this unit, aren't you?
Yeah.
You're in the Light Dragoons, the elite Lysel Light Dragoons, I should say. So yeah, one of the, I mean, some hold position, but they go like, we can't. Okay, we heard the alarms. We don't know what needs to be done. If we go in there, we might start a fight. Who do we have left that we can get to quickly? And then someone mentions, I saw the Yanchi over at the such and such in Old Mauer. It's like, oh, go get him. Go tell him what's happened. Go tell him about the alarm at least. So as the night progresses, Bianchi, you're kind of having your coffees and your biscuits and so on. Maybe a bit of hardtack with pate on it.
Oh my god.
Someone as someone kind of one of the serving staff kind of lightly taps you on the shoulder and goes, "Pardon me, a message for you," and holds out a letter for you.
Ah, thank you very much. I'll open up.
And you notice it's not like a big fancy letter. It's one of your unit scribbles, bit of paper scribbled on and folded real quick to hand off. And you open up, and you are informed that one of the light dragoons is currently outside of the salon right now, because they're not being allowed in here. There's no way, but they can at least send a letter in. And they inform you that they heard alarms, and then they saw the doors close, and they heard commotion inside the fort. They haven't heard anything from the captain, Captain McNeil, or Lieutenant Borgia, who both went inside with some men. And one of them thinks they saw Borgia leap out of the central window into the inner fort. They're not sure what that's about. They haven't heard any shots, so they're not sure what to do, so they're looking for instructions.
I will excuse myself from my graceful hosts. Unfortunately, I have to attend to matters of military. I wish you all a good night. And yeah, I'll head out to the soldier outside. How long's it been?
About an hour or so now. Coming on an hour and a half. Sir?
And there's been no shots?
No.
Well, that's a saving grace, because if there was, could you imagine the mass combat?
I haven't never fought an Almanian, and I'm not sure I was in a hurry to do so again. Do so in the future, sir. So, it was rather loud at first, sir, and then it just got very quiet. But then our people didn't leave, so that's why we were concerned. Sergeant sent me to come get you.
Okay, let's head back to the position. I'll assess on site. Depending on what comes to, I may get one of you to be a runner and inform the other officers, but for now, let's just take an assessment.
As you start making your way to that position, Borgia, give me a stealth roll, as you will have to move.
Yeah.
Or the search
Okay.
party comes to where you are.
Okay, here's ideally what Borgia wants to do. I would like to try and make my way into Richter's quarters and conceal myself very thoroughly within.
Okay, so that's, yeah, because that would be the next question. Where are you going? But that's exactly
Right.
where you're going. All right, that feels like an opposed rule.
Yeah, fair enough.
That plus that, so that.
Oh, you did very well there.
15 total.
Okay, since it's going to be stealth, I do get a free reroll on this with a talent. But
That'll do
I
it.
think you got it.
okay, finally. So what you're doing with your stunt points as you're able to secret yourself into her to the fort commander's quarters in like a closet, we'll say. Like a Okay,
standing closet sort of thing.
I'll spend 4 of it for cover my tracks. That means that 21 becomes the target number for somebody to figure out where I went. And then I'll do 2 for wariness. Or actually, I'll gain 2. I'll spend that 2 for insight to see once I'm in the quarters and safe, and as I'm hiding myself, I run across any interesting pieces of information. I can read Almanian, but hey, who knows? I'll steal her letters.
Let me get this name scribbled out first. But I can totally get you something. Oops, try again. I've been. So you're able to, in your insight, you're able to you're able to sneak into her room with enough extra time to kind of look at what's on her desk and stuff.
Right.
And it just happens that the moonlight is kind of shining through the window just enough that you can kind of make out what's there. Now, it is an Almanian, but even so, you can see that there are arrows going like this and like this.
Okay, and in is Winalani, right?
And you actually
Well,
see some arrows coming from here.
Is W Musquetalani?
Yep. Musculani are out there. W is
Wislani.
Wislani.
Okay. Yeah, we're gonna put that in a pocket. And kind of, shuffle some papers that were underneath it atop it, like, so it's not obvious that it's missing right off.
Give me. Feels like dexterity to me. I'll call this dexterity, yeah.
Okay.
Dexterity, legerdemain.
How's 15?
You'll find out when she gets into the room.
Yeah, and then I'm just gonna secret myself and wait until the opportunity presents.
Lieutenant Colonel steps in. She seems very irate with her officer. Barks
Her
some
darling
orders at him.
lieutenant.
Huh?
No, her darling lieutenant, but it was male. So
Dismisses them. She closes the door. Looks over at her desk. Moves some. You can hear her moving stuff around, and then you don't need to know Almanian, but you can get the feeling she cursed. It seems she's under the misapprehension that she misplaced it or put it somewhere and forgot where it is, so she's annoyed.
Uh-huh.
And you can hear the ka-tunk of her heels going into her boots going into the ground as she's kind of pacing around the room a little bit.
So yeah, when she's kind of across the room, I'll say before stepping out in trade is all I have. How about we have a conversation, you and I? And then I'll step out with her covered with my holdout gun.
Strength intimidation.
Oh, God. Come on, Diego. You actually have points in intimidation now. 18.
Willpower, lady. Oh, that's terrible. It'd be 5 stun points if it hit, but I don't think I can cover the distance of 11 with any. No, she'd have to be like a legendary officer, which. No, I'm not doing that. She's good. She's not that good. You notice that as you step out and start saying it, she does like jump in surprise. Unfortunately for her, in her startlement, she does. I mean, she's fast. She almost immediately draws and aims a pistol. But she aims it at the door, not where you are. So by the time you've stepped out and you already have your what do you have? What are you pointing at her?
I'm pointing the poison pistol at her, the holdout gun.
So a audible as it snicks out of your sleeve and into your hand, and it's like she looks like she's about to turn and point it at you. She sees it pointed straight at her center mass, and this room isn't that big. It's hard to miss. So it's one of those, you see there's a half beat where she's thinking, I might take the chance.
Mm-hmm.
And then she just kind of freezes where she is and takes a deep breath and a sigh.
Okay, so I'm going to spend 4 of those 5 for sway to try and push her one step towards being willing to listen and talk.
Because you are choosing not to shoot her. It's like, I could just kill you. I'm giving you it. I am intimidating you, but I'm not. It's obvious I'm not here to kill you. Right.
And 1 to impress, so I'll get a +1 the next time.
I think.
After
Did
the
you sway
social
her
media.
before? Or was that the other? Well,
No, I swayed her before, yeah.
yeah. Okay. Oh, that matters because I knew where she was before. There's a reason she wasn't willing to
Start a fight.
start a fight over it. It's like she didn't hate you guys. She was just mad. If she hated you, it's like no. We're start burning buildings. I don't give a care. Let's kill them all, sort of thing. It's like no. We're not at war with them. Social encounters. She was this. You play a very dangerous game. Glances at your pistol. A Wenelani Taylor?
Well, someone had to negotiate with them to make sure we didn't have to fight for Seabreeze Cove. But whatever my relationship with the Taylors are, you may rest assured that I have no ill intentions towards you, not at least pre-existing.
Says the man pointing a pistol at me.
Well, to be fair, you did try to have me arrested and disarmed. But let me begin by apologizing for a poor choice of words when last we had the opportunity to speak. I meant to indicate that attempting to disarm my men and I would result in a fight, but perhaps I expressed myself a bit too strongly. I'm a soldier, not a diplomat.
Communication persuasion. Or etiquette if you had it.
I have persuasion. She is not a militarist. Let me see.
She's
what
a
I got for
commoner.
Commoners, yeah. I think I'm just dead even there. No, +1 to commoners. $16.
And there's a bonus or negative based on where she is. But you don't know where she is, because that's a spend to know. Thing I have to remind myself of. I keep forgetting you don't get that information for free. How was I looking up? Right, I was looking up difficulty. That's what I was looking at. This. What was the number again?
16.
I've learned, Taylor, or Lieutenant, whichever you may prefer, that every soldier has to play at being an envoy, and every envoy has to play at being a soldier. And I put my pistol away now. I'd rather not drop it and make a scene. Because her arm's still outstretched, the hammer's cocked back. She's just frozen there because she doesn't want to move. Because if she drops it, it'll fire.
Right, just very gently, if you please.
She reaches over with deftness, kind of clicks the hammer, very carefully lets it down, and then kind of tips it so the powder kind of falls away from it a little bit. Makes a bit of a mess, but she doesn't care. Then she very slowly holsters her pistol.
Push the pistol back into its spring holder.
It's really stiff, but eventually, there you go. You're able to tuck into your sleeve.
Need to oil that. So, it seems that Gallia and the Albanian Empire are at a bit of an impasse here in our local area. My marshal wants this fort as a base of operations and support for Gallia's further moves to the south and west here in... Where are we? Vitlu.
Yes.
You, understandably, have the fort and don't want to give it up. What I need to know is, seeing as how you people are planning to go to war with at least 2 other countries, do you really want to go to war with a third over this shithole town?
Your marshal and his emperor aren't the only ones with ambitions for the continent. And I did not intend to spend this war, she waves a dismissive hand, this war with Vitlu, watching galleons gain all the glory.
No, and I totally understand that. My only interest here is trying to solve this current contretemps between the 7th Corps and the 1st Division. That's what she is, right?
First Corps.
First Corps. The 7th Corps and your 1st Corps. Without our ostensible alliance foundering on this particular little rock. Do you have any ideas how we can get there from here? Capturing a captain and imprisoning galleon troops, not the best way to start, but okay.
I need a victory. A gain. Rather than the sentry duty that they put me on.
Well, but you already marched in and took the town and the castle, right?
And then promptly handed it over the minute a marshal came to demand it of me.
Okay,
I'll
that's
look
fair.
like some squire handing the Zweihander to her knight. And I am no squire of some jumped up marshal.
Well, let's not start casting aspersions upon each other, shall we?
I'm not insulting you, I'm insulting your marshal.
Yeah, fair enough. And I've never met the man, but still, he's my marshal. So you need a victory. So maybe the answer is we find an opponent that both the 7th Corps and the 1st Corps can come together to defeat. Do you have any intelligence of a large Vitluvian force in the area?
If I could see my maps behind you.
And I'll carefully, keeping a decent distance between us, like out of sword reach. Yeah, I'll let her get to her maps.
She walks over, starts moving them around. It is my belief, among the intelligence of my superiors, that there is a division of the Queen's Own. Some march south west of here. Now I know that your 7th Corps, not in a hurry, is in a hurry to take cities, secure victory by objective, as is the Academy way of doing things. So I doubt, even if your marshal knows of this, I doubt he's in a hurry to engage them. But if he were to permit or ask, better, yes, she nods. If he asks me to take care of them, then I would be doing the Grand Armée a favor and gaining glory. Winning a field battle is far more glorious than holding a fort for however much time is required for those back in the capital to be impressed.
Okay. If you will, I'll do my best to help arrange this. If you'll do a few things for me. First, release my captain, who at least has talked to the marshal before, and my troops, and we'll march right out of here. And second, when you go, request and phrase it as diplomatically as you want, but in order to make it look like a joint operation, request the elite company de la Selle. It is mine and my captain's company. That gives us a small slice of the glory.
Do you speak for your captain? Are you his envoy?
Well, I don't know, do I? He's locked up somewhere.
That answers that.
If you'd like for him to join us.
If I have his word that he will vouch for this arrangement, then he and yours can leave.
And if you bring him in, I'll do my best to convince my uncle.
You know the room 5 doors down the hall from here?
I'm sure I can find it.
You're able to slip in here well enough. Slip in through his window, see what he says. Convince him. Then, if you say he says so, I'll trust the Wenelane man's word.
Are you sure you wouldn't rather just have him brought in here for questioning and we could do it that way?
Well, if he says no, I don't have to release him. If he says yes, I can arrange for us all to be shaking hands in the morning. I have my honor to consider. I cannot be allowing him to meander about after arresting him, especially a noble gentleman like himself and a commoner like me meeting at night. He may be seen as currying favor with his captor, which I don't mind that so much, I guess, but I mind it a little bit, but I think he will. He's not really my type, but too scrawny.
All right. We'll see what I can do.
Not enough facial hair.
So if what do I think is the best route getting 5 doors down?
If it was 3 doors down, I could tell you. No. Give me intelligence thieves lore.
Just intelligence. Eh?
I think 11.
11s.
11 should do it. Yep, 11 does it. You figure there's you can kind of go outside and very quickly scamper across the ledge there and get over to his window. It's not that far. Or you can just go out her door and just time it right and just walk over. It's unlikely to be locked terribly difficult. If he's under house arrest, you probably could just walk in.
Okay.
So it depends if you feel up to climbing or you feel like stealthing out in the open.
Let's just do stealthing out in the open. Let's see how badly this goes.
So you carry on your way?
Yep. Just kind of listen to the door for a break and then group. I'll be right back.
Don't get caught. She smirks, but she doesn't. She kind of just leans against the wall and waits. Like she's not making any effort to call alarms or anything. Stealth roll. Dex.
13 to it.
Uh-oh.
Nope. Guess I'm gonna have. Oh, it's a stealth roll. I get to reroll. That's right for scouting.
Yep.
Let's see.
You may want to.
16.
25.
How
No,
good?
I'm just kidding.
How good her guard is.
There you are. You guys are just regular troopers. You're not as perceptive as she is. More perceptive than that, but even then, 14. Nope.
Okay.
You're very quickly able to go dee. And McNeil, as you're kind of thinking about what you're gonna do and relaxing and all that stuff, step into the door. There's probably that moment when the door opens of, oh, it's probably your food, or someone's asking if you want tea or something, and it's Borgia just striding through the door and probably very quickly closing the door behind him.
Captain?
Well, you've caused quite the ruckus, haven't you? You haven't blown up any barrels yet. I was hoping you'd do that so I can get to escape.
Well, I haven't blown up any barrels, but I've opened one. I've reopened negotiations with the Colonel, and I have an intriguing proposition for you.
You what?
and
Aren't you just a wonder of modern military?
I'm beginning to wonder why I'm in a modern military. But anyway,
Speak.
yes. So the Colonel needs a victory. She has intelligence on the whereabout of a division of the Queen's Own, and would like for the Marshal to ask the First Division to go after them, since the Marshal's plan seems to be city-based, objective-based. If she can do that, she'd be doing the Galleons a favor. She would win some glory and look good back home. And she would be willing to release you, me, and the rifleman if you give her your word that you will try and make this happen with the Marshal. I also think you ought to... that she's also offered to ask the elite company de la Selle to accompany her as a token bit of our alliance, and also an opportunity for us to share in a little bit of the glory and perhaps the loot that would come.
Let me ask you something. Are you dull?
Hmm?
You were there with me outside of, what was the name? Coral Haven? The place we were at last time?
Seabreeze Cove.
Yeah, you were there outside with me, outside of Seabreeze Cove, right? You
Right.
saw the deal that we made with the Queen, right?
That wasn't the Queen.
The future Queen.
Right.
Is that what we were chasing now?
No.
Oh.
The Queen's Own is different from the Coral Haven, whatever they were. They were the something Coral Haven.
And
Different
I'm
unit.
assuming
It is a different unit, yeah.
Yeah, different unit.
And I'm assuming you want in on the action because the Queen will also probably be there? Maybe?
I'd be surprised. I just thought it would be a chance for us to get some action. Troops in garrison duty get restless. And, it is kind of what we're here for. Plus, it gives us some operational intelligence on how the Almanians go about things.
Normally.
And
under normal circumstances, I wouldn't give an Alamanian the time of day, but here we are, I suppose. So what? I have to give you my word, and then magically I get released?
pretty much. Then, of course, you have to try and convince the Marshal. I mean, look, it's something like this, or we find ourselves in a war with Almania and Vitlu while we're in Vitlu.
I'm sure Gallia wouldn't mind it, in the grand scheme of things, but...
Well, I mean, the Emperor did marry the Princess of Almania.
The Kaiser would never sanction behavior like this from his officers, I think, if he knew what was going on.
I think you may be deeply wrong about that. And I'll pull out the map. I think the Kaiser's plans are a bit more widespread than and militarist than you may be giving him credit for.
Oh, how lovely. Do you mind if I hang on to this one?
Certainly, it works for me. But in any event, we need to get out to deliver this intelligence, if nothing else. But
Tell
I'm not
her that you have my word. That I'll do my best to convince the marshal.
Oh, fair enough. This time I think I'll go crawly instead of hallway.
Strength climbing.
Never mind, I'll go hallway.
Before you do that, Bianchi, give me perception seeing. You might see them in the window from your new vantage point.
Oh, okay.
I'm imagining they're don't worry about it.
Yeah, like I said, I'm just stood in front of the gate at this stage, just looking menacingly at them.
Very good. Yeah, they stare at you back, basically. The door's closed.
Oh, but one thing, Uncle. When you turn in that treasure trove of intelligence to the marshal, be sure to throw some credit my way, will you?
Oh, Diego, you think I wouldn't?
Yes.
That wasn't me.
Dude, callback is catching strays.
So yeah, then I will listen at the door and make my way back to the colonel's quarters.
Dex it?
Probably to find her dead, but anyway. 18. Damn.
19.
I don't know. See, this is where being able to add a...
Can't you just roll the stunt die?
No, that's only for the purposes of trying to get more stun points.
All right. Well, first let me use a free stealth reroll just to see if I can beat that ridiculous roll. No. Okay, let me read up on this real quick. I might be able to. Action points, that's what I'm looking for. Okay.
Oh, there's the +2 is that they get +2 to defense, but that's different. For an action point, I have a way to save you.
Yeah, I was going to say maybe I could use an action point to, they were about to see me, but then somebody, dropped a plate of food or something, clatter, and it distracted them just long enough for me to...
I would offer someone other than the guard sees you.
Oh, fair enough. Okay, sure.
Yeah, as you're walking along, you're pacing between guards, and then you feel all of a sudden, you feel the butt of the mouth of a pistol kind of poke you in the back. Who are you?
I kind of look over my shoulder.
You see a person with a hood pulled over, mask over their face, and they're staring at you. They seem to be dressed in... they look like they're dressed in Almanian uniform, minus the rain hood that they have pulled over their head.
Here for a fitting, I assume.
They hold up their left hand and they show their wrist weapon, which is a wrist dagger, and you see the raven on it. Where's yours?
I'll hold up my hand just enough for the cuff to fall back to show the pistol barrel or whatever.
Give me communication presence. +2 though, because you do have the emblem.
13.
What are you doing here?
Several things at once. Working on behalf of Gallia, and also I had a letter delivered earlier.
Oh,
Yes, a lieutenant,
mine's the
but I
lieutenant
haven't got
colonel.
to that yet. Yes, I figured. Could you wait until I get me and mine out of here?
I either do it tonight or I don't do it at all. Unless you're gonna do it. But you didn't get the letter, so.
Right. And I've got a whole other diplomatic military situation going on, and I'm trying to get my people out of here alive. Which I can do by the morning, I think.
Communication persuasion. Sure. Same +2 because you remember.
Okay. Uh, 14.
You feel them tapping on your back. Not so much since you kind of look back and you see that they're thinking.
And if I have my way, it'll get her out in the open. Well, surrounded by troops, but still in the open.
When the gates open and they let you leave, they
Uh-huh.
shrug like, I don't know how that's happening. When they let you leave, don't dawdle. And don't look back.
Ah, right. Now, excuse me, I have an appointment to keep with the boss. Not that boss, the colonel boss.
They click the hammer down and then you see them they very quickly kind of hop over a railing and whoop, they disappear. Much like you did when you ran out
Fair
of
enough.
him.
I'll quickly go into the colonel's office again.
So, it's either a firm no or a firm yes.
He's given his word that he will do his utmost to convince the marshal to ask you to go after the Queen's own.
Then you can choose to spend the night hiding if it makes you feel better, or you can spend it with your captain, because I am not setting up another room at this hour. And you're not staying in here. Daring as you are, you also are not my type.
Fair enough. And if I could offer one final tidbit.
She waves.
My colonel's warning was in good faith. The tailors are looking to fit you and yours with suits. At least a little bit of extra of leather, perhaps under your tunic, might not be the worst idea. As I said, I don't have any pre-existing animosity towards you, as it were, and certainly my tailoring skills aren't up to that particular suit. But there are others. I'd prefer if I had to do something like that to do it in the middle of a battle with a rifle, but, you know, not everyone's a soldier. Just take it as what it is, a well-intentioned warning.
I'll see this assassin, and I will deal with them.
Well, good luck and good night. Don't let the ravens bite.
Mm.
And I'll try to sneak back down the damn hallway, I guess.
Yeah, I'll let you go back to McNeil.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Bianchi, you go up to the gate. You start knocking on it. One of the guards looks down and says, "Who goes there?"
Luciano Bianchi of the 7th Corps. I've come to collect my people.
They are currently under arrest by order of Lieutenant Colonel Adelind Richter.
May I ask the purpose?
Threatening an officer of the Armenian Empire.
May I speak to your commanding officer to rectify the situation?
You may speak with her in the morning.
You realize I can pick this gate up myself.
If you touch that gate, you will be fired upon as an intruder. Step back, please.
I don't think I will. No, I'm just gonna look him square in the eyes.
Well, up at him anyway, because he's on the wall.
Yeah.
You see him disappear back over his battlements. And in a bit of time, Borgia, you come back to McNeil's room. But you BRB'd. So we will actually swap over to Dumas. As you're riding along the road, I imagine you're not doing anything weird. You're just trying to get the fastest way back to Aquahaven.
Mm-hmm.
Give me your choice of communication, leadership, or intelligence, military lore to maintain a good eye on your prisoners and keep your soldiers in good order.
I don't have any prisoners anymore.
Oh, you turned it over to them. Oh, right, that's what you did. Never mind. So this is just keeping your guys in good order. Never mind. But still, okay, well, there's no opposed roll. It's just a flat number then. 16 definitely does it. As you're able to keep your soldiers in good order during the night, and you're able to make pretty good speed back to Aquahaven. So you'll be there probably crack of dawn. Like you're gonna make really good time. Just because of how well organized the whole endeavor was.
All right.
Anything you want to do with those stump points?
Extra information.
You learn that your troops seem to hold you in pretty good regard. They've been victorious under you more often than not. Especially with this last battle, getting stuck in and stomping some smugglers, that feels like a good guy thing to do, so that they feel it's a feel good sort of battle. I mean, friends of theirs died. They're not happy about that, but they don't feel like it was a waste sort of thing. They feel like it was the right thing to do and they like that you didn't just leave it to the guard to deal with. So there's this sense that even though as an officer you are you're an upstanding officer to them, which with your militarist reputation, not unsurprising. But even people who are of other factions, even if they don't seem to if they disagree with you politically, they don't mind you as their commanding officer overall.
It's good to know.
And I'll highlight that you don't seem to have at least any obvious turncoats or dissenters in your ranks, because there's no real great reason for there to be. Because I think you also refilled some of your troops with people from Seabreeze Cove, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah. I'll note that none of them seem to be tailors or are spotting any ravens or anything like that.
Yeah, I was gonna ask that. I didn't know if I had enough points for that.
I'll include that in because, because your reputation's so good with your unit, it's enough that someone would point out. If you just ask someone, say, hey, have you seen anyone with a raven on their thing? Like, oh, no. That guy is particularly fond of doves, but I don't think that counts, Go ahead.
Actually, can I take that moment then, as we're marching and everybody's in good spirits and everything? Can I take that time to kind of inoculate these troops further against any infiltration? Basically, like if we recruit people in the future, um, people will keep a strong eye out for anyone with the raven symbols or who um, don't seem to integrate well, seem to have ulterior motive.
I would take intelligence, military lore, or thieves lore to kind of, and that will be the DC I have to beat to infiltrate. Like if I say, hey, someone infiltrate, I have to roll against that number to see if they actually did. Because they tried to infiltrate might become the answer. So note that down. That's a number I have to beat for the next while.
Right. This is social, isn't it?
Social exploration, yeah. Spells.
Crowd appeal. This goes into Safwan's troops as well.
I'll take that, sure. So note that as well. And with that, snap back to Borgia and McNeil. As Borgia comes into McNeil's room.
Oh, back so soon.
Yes.
Don't suppose we're
So
getting released.
do you want the couch or the bed?
Whatever do you mean?
The morning. We'll be released in the morning.
Oh. Oh, blast it all. I'm an old man. Give me the bed. You're still in your best years. Sure you can handle a knife on the couch?
I suppose. I don't suppose that this room has a lock from the inside, does it?
It does, but you'd need the key.
You can use one of the chairs to put it up against the door should you want.
Can I attempt to lock it with my lockpicks?
You could try, yeah.
I mean, seems like that would work. So, okay, I have quality lockpick set, which gives me a +1 to this roll.
Okay.
So 14.
So you beat at least the target number for the door, because if you didn't beat that, you wouldn't be able to lock it because you can't get at the locking mechanism. And you actually make it a little better.
Okay. So yeah, I was just trying to lock the door, and I also will put a chair up underneath just in case.
And there's a bit of well, there's not really a couch in here per se. Well, no, there'd be like a little.
One of those fainter couches, perhaps, right?
Yeah.
The chaise.
Yeah.
Is that what they're called?
Yeah, chaise lounge. Yeah. So, and as soon as he sees me locked in the door and stuff, I'll go. We have to be careful. There are tailors about.
No kidding. You've seen them.
Well, not directly, but I have a feeling that I wasn't the only one creeping around out there.
And perhaps by the morning all our problems shall be solved.
Yeah. If only we could be so lucky.
If
And honestly-
somebody comes in here to kill me tonight, please tell them to do it quickly. I wish not to suffer.
Fair enough. But let's hope nobody goes into the colonel's office, because I think if she wakes up dead, we're not getting out of anywhere tomorrow morning.
We could always jump out the window, such as you did before. We can
Fair
then
enough.
go on the parapets and jump off. We might risk a broken ankle, but hey, what's a broken ankle for the price of freedom?
Yeah, fair enough. We'll see what the morning brings.
Good night, Diego.
Good night.
You start to lie down, turn out the lights.
All right, I go to the door. Yes?
Captain McNeil, message for you from the Colonel, Lieutenant Colonel.
I motion
Get your-
McNeil.
Get yourself in the cupboard, boy. You're still wanted.
See if I can't unlock the door first. Oh, wait, they probably have keys. So, yeah, I'll hide in the cupboard or wherever.
Okay.
I'll go to the door. You have the keys, young man. Please release me.
What? Release you? Door shouldn't be. You see them try the door. What? Who locked the? Corporal, get over here. Why'd you lock
Yeah.
this door? I didn't lock the door, sir. Well, Jiggle's door, it's locked. So, key. Thank you. Sorry, one moment, sir.
Mm-hmm.
We unlock the door. Dressing down in Almanian for a bit. And then the other guy runs off. Door opens. Sorry about that,
Now,
Captain.
gentlemen, how may I help you?
It seems that you're a brevet sulit. Sorry, you wouldn't know that. What did you introduce yourself as, Bianchi?
I introduced myself as Luciano Bianchi of the 7th Corps.
A Luciano Bianchi of the 7th Corps is asking after you at the front gate, and he isn't stepping back.
Is he
But
now?
the lieutenant colonel has asked me to ask you to convince him to either come inside to wait in here or go find somewhere else to stay. But he can't stay at the gate like that.
Let's say I have like a small brooch on me or something like oh, you know what? The thing that pins a cloak to my uniform. I'll take that off and I'll toss it over to the young guy. Here, hand this over to him with my regards and say I'll join him in the morning.
The officer just kind of blinks, visibly confused, and they just kind of
want
nod.
him to go? Yeah, you want him to go away, don't you? Say I'll join him in the morning and give him this.
Very, very good, Captain.
Off
Thank
with
you.
you. You're interrupting my sleep.
He moves to close the door for you. And as he closes it, you see he tries the door to make sure it doesn't like just automatically lock or something, and it's like says something in Almanian like, "What? Why did he lock it? Stupid corporal," and walks off.
Diego, are you sure you want to keep the door locked, or do you just want to prop a chair against it?
Snoring, no.
Just prop a chair against it. I didn't realize there'd be so much traffic.
That seems like a good idea. You do that. I'll get undressed now and into my nightgown.
You came carrying a nightgown?
Actually, no, I didn't. No. Well, then I'll just go sleep. Good night to you. I say good night.
I mean, there's being prepared, and then there's carrying a nightgown into an enemy fort.
I sort of expected this would happen.
I get
What were
arrested
you-
often. It happened.
Exactly what was your negotiating plan with the colonel?
In time, so Bianchi, you're left standing at the door. They don't shoot you right away. There's obviously something going on over there. Until eventually, the large doors don't open, but there's like a smaller doorway at the gate that opens up. And you see an officer standing there. Luciano Bianchi?
Yes.
He produces the McNeil's brooch. Your captain sends his regards and says he'll be joining you in the morning.
Do I have your word they are not harmed?
Yes, you do.
I'll take the brooch. Very well. I'll be back in the morning. Have a pleasant night's sleep.
You too, Arabianchi.
And just to annoy the four a bit more, I'm gonna walk away. Slightly walk up a hill so they can still see me. Turn round. I'm just gonna stare at them.
There's just staring as the guy, as you know, there's some guys walking along. They're not looking straight at you. One guy's looking at you. Another guy's walking along. He looks at the guy staring at you. It's like, what is he staring at? Looks down at you. Looks up at him. Walks over, and now there's just conversation of what the heck is this? What is going on? And then conversation goes on as you've introduced a bit of confusion at the gates.
But to be fair, these poor guards on guard duty, you probably are the most interesting thing to happen this month, right?
Yeah.
Probably.
Like, hey, it's something to talk about other than, hey, look, the hill's green. That's nice.
Yeah, now there's just this massive castrum man just staring at us.
What the hell's going on? I don't know. Just carry on with your duty. But over the course of time, morning comes. Duma, you come into, you're able to rejoin with 7th Corps. The dawn of day. And then someone, actually, the question is, Bianchi, would you have reported back into your unit what's happened, or do you just kind of stay do you stay the night out there?
I would have told the people who were posted to head back and just inform our unit, so nothing needs to go further than that.
Okay, so yeah, so when you get back to Ma, you're informed that of what Bianchi knows so far.
But they've been arrested?
Yep. On the charge of threatening an officer of the Almanian Empire. But also the bit about them meeting Bianchi in the morning. Which would be about an hour or so. Well, maybe another 30 minutes or so.
Does Bianchi send that message back like they're going to be released in the morning? Or does Bianchi think he gets to meet them, but that they're still going to be arrested?
Released in the morning.
Okay. Then I will make sure that the captain that issued the orders for Glacier Fall, that those orders have been completed and that the village is thoroughly pacified and on our side and smuggling was stopped and all of that good stuff.
We're gonna give you a rep for it, but I am gonna give you a cash reward. You did a good.
Can I try to ask instead that the marshal learn of this and my name attached to it rather than any monetary reward?
If someone comes by for a monetary reward, and then you pass that through this person to the captain, you get the runner very quickly comes back, and you were told that the captain's perfectly fine with that. If you want glory rather than riches, he's not going to deny you. One is as valuable as the other, sometimes more so.
Then I will let everybody, rest and recuperate. I will take, though, I will take Sergeant Duval and 5 men for a total of 7 of us, and we will go to Bianchi.
Do you have 5 and... sorry. You have 6 men, including yourself.
Yeah.
And Bianchi... Who's out with Bianchi? At least 8 more?
No, I sent them back. Bianchi was there all night, and now that the sun's come up, he's walked back to the gate.
And how many people did you guys bring with you into the fort? Okay, now, sorry. Oh, wait, I have it on another page.
25.
5.
8 snipers and 25 in.
25. Yep. By morning, Borja, Cormac, and Richter, along with a few other officers, gather in the central area. Wait, is McNeil not back yet?
Oh, sorry, no, I have returned.
Okay, good. So yeah, the 3 of you gather along with some other soldiers and such. And your soldiers are being handed back their weapons. Richter hands back the weapon that was taken from you by our soldiers.
Oh, grand.
It has come to my attention that there is a translation error, and I need to brush up on my trade, it seems. I overreacted, and I'm glad to see that our mutual arrangement should be gladdened for us all. Yes?
Quite so, Lieutenant Colonel. I shall go inform the Marshal of our common decision as soon as I step out.
Don't forget Gallieni, the other captain who went with us.
Ah, yes. Galini? What about him?
Eventually you see him being brought around a corner on the parapet, and he's walked down. He's arguing with the guys around him, like shrugging them off constantly, like, just go. How dare you, this, that, and the other. Please, sir, just go over there. You don't tell me what to do. I'm actually, just please, he's just making himself a nuisance until eventually he gets over there. Richter just kind of gives him a look and looks at the 2 of you.
Like I said, I think it's time we were on our way. Wouldn't you agree, Captain Galini?
How
Wouldn't
dare
you
you?
agree, Captain Galini?
What? Looks.
We're leaving, Captain.
We are?
We are.
You're perceptive, says the Lieutenant Colonel, and just shakes her head. What?
He's a Galini, says Borgia. He can't help it. Come, Captain. Let's get back to the 7th encampment.
I'll write a report about this. You do that. Good day, captains.
Lieutenant Colonel.
The doors open.
I just love the idea. As soon as they start to open, you just see Bianchi stood there.
Well, you kind of have to move because the door will.
Right.
Heels dug into the ground.
It's like, don't please move. We have to open the door.
Right on out. Yeah. Good morning, Bianchi. Lieutenant Dumas.
And what in the blazes are you doing here? Didn't they send you off last evening?
A few days ago, yes, Captain.
No, not you, Dumas. You, Bianchi. Weren't you here last night?
I was here the entire night.
My brooch, please.
I'll toss it over to him.
Thanks. How did your mission go, Dumas?
Very well. Very well. All objectives were handled, and the Marshal has been made aware.
Well, at least someone
You.
managed to get something done.
Perception,
Captain-
smelling.
Perception smelling. Ew, you smell like horse shit.
My horse was just washed. It's you that smells.
Uh-oh. Anyone's gonna get this.
What the hell is going on?
Sure,
Are we-
I'll throw one
Are
out.
we all rolling?
Yeah.
Well, if a 17 doesn't get it, I'm not sure anybody is going to get this. I'm certainly not.
There's lots of smells
Um,
out here. It's it's an overcast day. There's lots of horses, lots of people. Some people have had their breakfast. Some people smell of standing outside all night. Not saying
Well,
who, but he knows who he is.
Shall we get back to camp? I, for one, have enjoyed quite enough of the Almanians' hospitality for the moment.
Hey, I smell of stoicism.
That sounds like a lovely idea. Oh, but one thing. Captain Galini's probably going to go all haywire with his reports. Now,
We'll just have
I
to get in
know-
there first.
I know that typically writing false reports, Diego, is my sort of specialty, but perhaps intercepting reports which should not find their way over to the Marshal should be yours, no?
Maybe, but perhaps you should get there first.
Oh,
I
rest assured I will, but the report will end up in his hands eventually.
I dismount and I say, Captain, if you need.
Why, thank you. Help me up. Help an old man up on your horse, will you?
Yeah, well,
I help.
we have horses.
Do we? Did we come in?
Yeah, we're
Oh,
mounted.
yeah.
We rode.
We
Yeah.
came in with horses, right?
So yeah, Gallieni is already heading towards the city. We should go now.
Very well. Chat him up or something. Buy me as much time as you can. Can you?
He's ahead of us.
A huge explosion it comes from inside the fort, and it's all chaos in there.
How are our eardrums doing?
Give me a constitution roll of some kind.
Stamina.
Probably. That makes the most sense to me, I guess. I mean, what else? Running? Rowing? Stamina, yeah. Tolerance for poisoning. Or drunkenness.
Constitution.
Constitution.
Well, we know who are not friends of constitutional order.
Yeah, so Bianchi and Borgia each take 4 damage. Penetrating, as it's just that loud a noise of holy hell. Ow, my ears hurt. I have a headache. Because
Does that eliminate armor or have it for
it eliminates.
penetrating? Okay, cool.
I'll look over, once the smoke settles, I'll look over to Diego. You're doing? I should hope not.
I had nothing to do with that.
I mean, I did say I wanted you to blow up a powder barrel, but I didn't mean...
Are the gates still open?
They are, yeah.
Okay.
Can I spend some points?
You can, yeah.
Extra information.
That sounded like the magazine's detonated.
That's
and
big.
Yeah, I'll say someone set off the magazine with some sort of explosive. But it sounds like it's only just enough to cause the loud bang and the destruction of the building. But it's not like a cannon fire or a larger sapping explosive or anything like that.
All right. The remaining 2 to insight.
This feels like a distraction.
Well, insight doesn't get me any
Oh,
information.
it doesn't. Oh.
No,
Too
it
bad.
allows
Get
it allows me to get a bonus for something that logically proceeds from this.
Keep me some insight with the thing in social. Yes.
I grab 2 riders. I order 1, summon the QSCA here, and the other one I say, go get the ambulance corps. Tell them to come here under the protection of the QSCA. Basically, like, I'm sure the corps or the division has its own ambulance corps. That's just like wagons to move people to surgery tents.
Give me communication leadership.
Which this is what the insight gives +1 to. My men, what are they? These 2 men.
Wait, no.
All right, life chore.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I keep forgetting it's D7 and 6. Roll D7. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're a militarist.
Oh shit. Then that's a 20 something. I don't think the exact number matters probably. Does it?
Past 21's usually good.
It is well past 21.
And your success die is super high, so yeah, they ride like the wind.
Um,
And actually, you did so well that Galini kind of happened to be nearby. He's like, I'll help too, and he starts getting more help.
I'll look over to Diego and to Borgia. To Borgia and to Bianchi, and I'll issue an order. Find Lieutenant Colonel. Without her, this whole deal goes haywire. And if something is stuck on something, Bianchi, you're a big man, aren't you? Go on now.
Sorry, my wife needed help with something. What happened after the explosion?
That's just it. We're still at the explosion.
Yeah.
Okay. What all are you people doing?
So I have spent points and made a roll to get the QSCA here and some hospital corps here under their protection. And I'm about to spend another 6 points, 4 on ready for action. So if combat or an action scene breaks out, I gain an extra minor. And I can use that before anyone acts, regardless of initiative. And 2 efficiency, so that if we get into action time, I get +2 to my initiative rating.
Okay.
So that's fine, Jim. Because, I was trying to think of a way, how can I get involved in this, but McCormick has just given me that reason.
Oh, yes. Find the Lieutenant Colonel, all 3 of you, if you will, please. And if something is stuck on someone, do lift it up, will you?
Just want to throw this out there, Captain. This might be none of our business.
I don't care if it's none of our business. Innocents are dying. Even if they are Alamanians.
I'll spur my horse on and ride into the fort.
That's an order, Diego. You wouldn't disobey an order, would you? Off you go now.
Well, Diego will dismount and make his way into the fort.
Off you go, Bianchi. Find something heavy to lift off of someone, will you?
Certainly, sir. Is your ego available? As he walks past.
I'm quite afraid not. I'm late for afternoon tea. Toodles.
So McNeil, you withdraw from the situation, or are you just staying there?
I will stay outside, and I'll direct the efforts of people that are arriving to help.
All right. You may all roll initiative. Once I get the thing up, I forgot that this is a game I actually care about initiative. It's been a while since we rolled initiative. It's been a hot minute.
Oh, I didn't have the tracker selected.
How
but
dare you?
my total is 14.
1-4. Enter. Thank you.
Stun points on initiative count or no?
No.
Hmm.
Yeah, so the three of you ride in, or move into the fort. It's all chaos in here. You start looking around to see what's happened, and the three of you spy an Almanian officer stepping up away from Lieutenant Colonel Richter, who it looks like that Lieutenant Colonel was starting to, like, after leaving you guys alone, was starting to walk back to the central tower. And then they walked by the magazine as they were doing it, and then when the magazine detonated, it took out her personal retinue and it knocked her to the ground. And this person is now standing up away from them, with with blood covering their right glove, and you see a dagger kind of disappear into their sleeve.
I get to have a minor before everyone,
Okay.
which I will use to move 18 meters closer to this assassin.
Easily done. The scale here won't mean anything for in here, because this is for the city scale, so it won't matter in here. But you're able to easily get over to him with your minor.
That's all I can do.
First mover is Diego Borgia as you come upon this scene. I'll note that no one else is really helping it, because you just happen to come upon this scene while everyone else is like putting out fires, attending to wounded. And then as far as anyone else is concerned, this is just another Almanian officer standing up from the explosion.
So lots of smoke and confusion and whatever, right?
Yep.
Okay. I am going to disappear into the smoke and see if I can't track down Lieutenant Bertram.
Give me a stealth roll, please.
Who was Bertrand?
The guy he was sent
Nobody.
here to assassinate.
Nobody.
Oh, okay.
Don't worry about it.
Like, well, I mean, if you're on business, I can be on business too.
Let me re-roll. There we go.
Wee. Oh. I said freaking wee. Wee. There we go. So Borgia disappears from the battle.
And I've got 3 stunt points, so yeah, I'm going to use those 3 to, like, literally just disappear as far as Bianchi and Dumas are concerned.
So 1 minute following after you, a waft of smoke goes by, and then
Right, for misdirect, the rogue power. Look over there, bloody-handed assassin.
Yep, you'll likely run into her somewhere in the fort next round. And I imagine you're gonna have a higher initiative than her. I have to roll for her at the after Bianchi's done. McNeil, so you're at the gates. You have the bulk of your troops with you. Galini, along with some of the people Dumas sent away, are already kind of racing off to get people. It's going to take them time to get soldiers to you, to get the ambulatory corps to you. What are you and yours up to during this?
I'll give them an order. Go grab a bucket and help out. Fire's not going to put itself out, right? Wouldn't want it to spread to the town, would we?
Communication leadership. Part of the reason why they put this fort all the way up here, away from
16?
things.
Well, this grass or forest or whatever this is burns as well.
It's true, yeah.
16.
16. And actually, I'm going to say that will get you firefighter in chaos. Bonus to
Commoners again.
commoners. -2. Who would mind? Someone, because I'm
church.
always having someone mad about things. Just wonder who cares.
The church, because the righteous fire purifies.
Sure. I was at a loss anyway. No, there's a way you're supposed to do it. We do not care. No, we're just putting it out. Yeah, no, you're able to organize that. So, and actually, with that roll, I'll say that you're between you and your troops. The fire, whatever fire was coming out here, like, because there would be like debris that would fling out and over the walls. So you're kind of like running. Your people are running around dousing fires.
That, and I would eventually, send them inside as well.
The assassin looks up at Dumas, sees you ride up on him. You are in their way. They don't want you to be there anymore. And you're on horse too, so
Yep.
running away from you is kind of annoying. Yeah, a little. Oh, I'm just double checking something. I think. I think your movements derive from your dexterity, isn't it? Your speed, rather.
Yes.
Yeah. This person turns and moves to jab your horse. But it's using your defense because you're the one controlling the horse. Jabbing at you is pointless. Well, it's not pointless, but it doesn't help them run away. 16.
I'm gonna use my minor as a reaction to fire a pistol if hold on, let me see if this works, because I don't know if attacking the horse it still works.
I'm affecting your defense. I'm attacking your horse, which screws with you, so I would still take it if it helps you.
Okay. Then then they have to hit the higher of my defense or this pistol attack.
Okay.
Which I think they did.
Yeah, 16 still higher than you.
All right. I'll use one stunt point. I don't think it's gonna hit, but I'm gonna try anyways.
Yep.
Hey.
Yep.
So yeah, that's me. Like, I guess seeing them come in with the slice and drawing the pistol. I don't even hit them. It's just using the black powder smoke.
You're firing in their general head direction, and it's like, swipe wide. It's like a loud noise, loud, and big poof of smoke. Kind of messes you up. Yeah, they take a swing, and they miss, so their turn is over. Back to you, Dima.
All right. I am going to. Charge. So this is I'm gonna have to like away from them a bit and then come back in and charge.
Okay.
I only have to go 4 yards, so that's like only like a fourth of my movement.
Yeah, I know. It's
Not even a fourth.
funny bit of fantasy just even from the Dragon Age era. I need to charge. Tippy toe back, charge.
So that gives me a +1.
And normally it would cost extra movement because someone's if someone was in melee with you, but in your case you have your mounted combat lets you ignore the extra cost of movement moving away from somebody. So you're even better at the tippy toe back thing.
Okay, there are going to be a lot of modifications to this, but I just want to go ahead and get the main action done.
Yep.
Okay.
That hits.
All right. First thing, they need to choose. They need to make a dexterity opposed against that, so they want to roll dexterity of at least 17.
No.
Failure means they either take an extra d6 or move 4 yards away.
They'll move 4 yards away.
All right. Irregardless of any of that decision, they're gonna, because this was a charge on a mounted action, my normal lance damage is gonna be up by a d6 plus 2. So I'll do that, and then what does the master do? Oh, that was okay. Relevant if we were on a gridded map, but not terribly relevant here. So damage.
Bam! You slam into them with your lance, and they go sprawling back 4 yards, and they manage to keep their feet. But that really sprawled them back a little bit. They do have a tiny bit of armor, but it's like it has to be incredibly light because it has to fit underneath. So took a fair amount of damage all the same.
And I will use that 1 stunt point
Have to reload the
for.
lance.
The lance is a pump action.
No, I'm going to position the lance in such a way to raise my armor rating by 1 with the stunt that I got as my upgrade from level 1 to level 2.
Oh, it's your class stunt.
Yep, so my armor is 13.
Very good. Falls to Bianchi.
I clearly see Isabel attack this person.
Oh yeah. Hard to miss a horse charging into a dude.
I know, I'm just... Base is covered.
Yeah.
Uh,
You can attack Dumas. Don't worry, it's legal.
Yep, drop rifle, aim, and I'm gonna...
Oh, hold on here. Let me make my case, please.
What are you doing, Bianchi, in truth? Sorry.
No, in truth, I'm gonna drop rifle, aim, I'm gonna shoot that one.
You're gonna drop rifle?
Like,
Level rifle.
on shoulder level
Okay.
fire. Yeah.
Almost like dunk. What?
He's gonna drop it on the ground, and he's such a great like mathematician and so great at geometry that he can like plan the gun going off when it hits
Stunt
the
attack.
ground.
I'm gonna drop it
Yeah.
and shoot at him. Like, I mean, okay. No. Yeah, so you aim at him, yeah. Don't worry, it's within your first range increment, it's fine. Fort's not that big. I mean, hell, I can measure the fort actually. Wall to wall. 130 some yards, wall to wall. 14. Hello? 14. There we go. Hits.
Fantastic. This is your damage.
Ow.
And I'm going to take my class stunt, which reduced the cost of it, and I'm going to do a lightning attack after I rapid reload.
Okay.
So it's down from 3 to 2, and with reload, and that costs 1. So yeah, I can do a full double shot.
Bite, pour, tap, reload. Spit. No, I got it wrong. I'd be terrible at rifles. Also, that's a terrible way to reload again. That hits. At some point, don't come into it, though. Still hits, though. Ow. They are still up as you're winging them. They're making a lot of efforts moving around as much as they can, but they're getting clipped quite a bit, and they're starting to run out of stamina to keep dodging the lethal blow. I now need to roll the new initiative for the other person, certain lieutenant, who's going to be met in the smoke and confusion. Firstly, they had 11 plus their dex, which is not terribly great, but should check. Super great. No. Well, no, I wouldn't up their dex. So 11. Nope. 11. There we go. Reset. Yep, so that's where they're supposed to be. And do they see you coming? No. Turn goes to Diego Borgia.
All right, what is the lieutenant doing when I spot her / come upon her?
You notice that she is dragging a injured soldier away who's like muttering, and they're all messed up from the explosion. They're trying to drag them further away from the fires and the chaos.
Okay, bunch of people around, not many people around.
There are a lot of people around, but no one's really looking at her at the moment. Just because everyone's focused on the fire and the injured and stuff. They're not really worried about people who are moving.
Okay. So I'm going to run over to her, say, "Lieutenant, let me help," and then I'm going to use a minor to activate my specialization to mark her for death.
Okay.
Basically, I have to get a +2 to damage until
Mm-hmm.
one or the other of us is down. But yeah, I'm going to proceed to get up close because I that's my minor. I still have my major. So yeah, try to get up close as if I'm going to help her with the wounded.
Mm-hmm.
Is there a place where they've been dragging people to? Does it look like?
Yes.
Okay. So yeah, I think this round I'm just going to try and help her drag this guy back and to kind of stay close to her, having kind of already marked her. Then we'll wait for an opportunity.
Give me communication deception, but I'll give you +3 because what you're doing is perfectly reasonable.
Okay. Is she a militarist?
Again. I don't think we established what she was.
I don't think so either.
Really? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, militarist. Yep.
So I get +5 on top of, you gave me a plus what?
3.
+3. So that's 20.
Yeah, no, I don't have enough to cover that distance. Yeah, she doesn't question that you're here or
Right.
anything like that.
Yeah, and help her drag the guy away.
Drag. Captain McNeil.
Send the boys in, help them firefight inside. Not much else we can do, right? You, go there, put that out. Help that guy out, he's trapped by a burning beam. Yeah, him. Yeah, help him out.
Give me choice of intelligence, military lore, or communication leadership.
Well, it's not really a choice, is it?
There's always a choice.
It's the illusion of choice. 17 with 4 stump points.
So, because of that roll, you do succeed at getting. Now you're starting to control the fire inside the fort. 4 of the men come upon the scene that Bianchi and Dumas are in, so they're zeros that have come into the scene that realize that you're in a fight and like, oh shoot, we'll help you out.
Good. Furthermore, I shall use the 4 stump points to inspire those men so they get a +1 on their next roll.
Very good.
Until my next turn.
See where these guys enter the new initiative. At the bottom, which is, well, all well good anyway. It's there. The assassin turns and begins running away. How far did he get away from you? It's a good question. I'm glad you asked.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say they're not that fast. It's like 130 yards or something.
I don't think their speed's that good.
So even
Run me, that's you double. That's what I was trying to find. But I was unsure. Let's put this here a little bit so I can get the thing. Wait, I can do this. For them to try to climb to the wall, they need to get at least 50 yards of running away from the scene. So they run away a bit, but until they get to at least 50, they can't start climbing anything to get away from people.
all right.
So they spend their turn just running.
Just double checking it. All right. So I can't quite catch them just in a charge. So I will move and charge, which is far more than their movement. So I'll hit them.
It's
All right. They need to beat a 16 dexterity test.
nope. Does it specify which dexterity, or is it just flat?
No, it just says dexterity.
Yeah, no, that's not enough. Yeah.
Oh wait, hold on.
Oh.
Let me actually double check that. I don't want to. Initiative.
Huh. No, they don't have that. They'll be knocked back 4 yards.
Okay.
Hey, that helps them out a little bit. Ow. Ow. A nice thud, and they kind of tumble to the ground, and they're kind of like they're gasping for air as they're trying to stay on their feet. And they're bleeding from where you hit them in the shoulder. Luciano Bianchi.
I want to try something. I don't know if I can do it.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to throw it to you first.
Okay.
Can I throw the glaive and, like, javelin her?
Oops. Correction. The catch is how far you can throw an improvised item. It's not meant to be thrown. Yeah, okay. So no, they're too far away.
What
They need to be
if
within like
I-
8 yards at least.
Oh. Is there any way I could use an action point to suddenly, like, reload my arms and just, like, Hail Mary it?
You might find like a
You can ask one of these guys for their rifle, right? As a miner.
Yeah, alright. I'll mine her for a... Trust me, I'll up them for a rifle.
Can't you?
Minor for give me that.
minor for my I outrank you. Give me. You can do that, yeah.
pretty much.
Which they glad as they run like, oh, give me that, sir, and they just hand it to you without a question because you want a rifle, go ahead. You're belongs to the army, really.
And I'll attempt to put another one in.
I think that still hits them.
Yeah, 14 hit previously.
Well, maybe I don't want it to now. Yeah, but it does.
Just thinking, do I want to revolt to try and get stunts, but I don't think it's worth.
You have defeated them. You want them to be dying, helpless, or unconscious.
I want them to be unconscious.
Pack.
Yeah, because this is an assassin. They usually have ways to not be caught.
They get caught in the. You actually kind of shoot instead of you aim a little off a little bit to kind of catch them in the shoulder bit, and that spins them right round, and they just kind of thunk. They're still they're just overwhelmed with pain. 'Cause you basically shattered their shoulders, so they're just not they're in no condition to be fighting, and they pass out from the pain, basically.
It spins them right round, baby. Right round.
What, like a record, baby?
The
Right
lieutenant
round.
with
Right
Borgia
round.
drags people along. The soldiers that are with you. Any orders Bianchi or Duma wants to give to them? Because they're here. One of them has already been given an order of, hey, give me a rifle. But there's 3 other people who aren't doing anything.
I will send. Does this include my 4 men that are with me?
It didn't, no. I forgot about them, sorry. There should be like...
I wouldn't worry about putting them in initiative because they're about to leave.
Yeah.
I'm gonna tell them to restrain this assassin and ride them as fast as possible to the cuirassier, and with the order to Sergeant Duvall that no one is to interact with this person on pain of death. Like, it's that serious.
Also, maybe check for poison.
Oh yeah.
antidotes.
Just like anything they've got in their mouth, just yank out of there. And
All the
strip them
teeth?
of their clothes and all of that. Just strip them and throw them in a cage, and no one touches them.
Okay.
I think for the others that are remaining is check on the Lieutenant Colonel and the rest of the wounded, see what we can do for them.
Diego Borgia. You're further away from the scene. You're kind of moving your way over to like their hospital building, as it were. Their wounded building.
Still people around us and whatnot.
There would be, yeah. People moving around stuff.
So yeah, once we've put this guy down, or is she heading back into the fires and stuff to try and find somebody else?
She hasn't gotten there yet. You're like halfway there.
Okay, yeah, I'm just doing what I'm doing until a better opportunity presents itself. Like at some point, I'm looking for a point where we are like unobserved.
Give me intelligence thieves lore.
How about just intelligence? I don't have a lot of it, but you can have what I do.
I think we largely fall out of combat here.
I told you I don't have intelligence. So.
That does not succeed. So,
Nothing I can do about it.
I can give you my AP if you want.
Nah, it's all right.
Okay.
you actually it should be wait. Still bad things. So you follow the combat. The assassin is bundled away, and they start pulling. They at least get them back to where McNeil and the rest of the men are. The various fires are being put out. People are rushing to Lieutenant Colonel Richter. Borgia, the sequence that happens, and tell me if you want to jump. Feel free to jump at that if you want. So the first thing she does is she moves the injured person into the medical across the ground where there's people running around trying to help with wounded, put out fires and stuff. And then there's even more people because of the people McNeil sent in.
Right.
Get into the medical building. There's people in there doing stuff. She starts telling the person what happened, what she saw. The surgeon basically says, "Go away. You're not helping."
Right.
Okay. Looks at you, nods, and starts heading out again.
I'm with her.
And then there's more people that she has to get to. She starts organizing people to help her carry more injured, put out that fire. Starts talking to the people from your unit, trying to organize with them. A significant amount of time is passing. And it sounds like the main battle is starting to fade out. And the fire is actually being controlled. So it looks like the chaos is starting to fade here.
So yeah, before things get 2. Okay, for one thing, how does poison work? I can't find that in the book.
It's in the pins.
Oh, there it is.
I do have a question. Are we handling everything or just Borgia? Because I don't want to interrupt if we're focused on Borgia.
So it's just extra damage the poison does?
Yep, it's extra penetrating damage, which ignores armor, or it's just slows them down.
Okay. And it doesn't persist. It's not like they have to. Do they have to make that roll every round, or?
No.
Or
That's unusual
Okay.
for a poison to be lingering.
Okay, well, that's not a very great poison.
2d6 penetrating? Forget you. That's awesome.
Fair enough. So yeah, at some point when she's giving orders and stuff, people are rushing around, but nobody's really paying attention. I'll say, Lieutenant, are you okay? And be up close to her, like I'm reaching out to check on her, and then jam my holdout pistol right against her, like she's wearing armor or whatever. Crap. I wonder if this is going to work. If I don't manage to do enough damage to kill her right off. That's the problem with this game.
Unless they're 0.
But I doubt she is the thing. I mean, I can lever a lot of damage against her. But
I mean, that's not too unrealistic. I mean, it's rare you're gonna kill someone with one shot unless you're particularly well placed, which the damage could do.
yeah, in theory. But I don't know if I get in a fight in the middle of all this, then my cover is completely blown.
I will say, due to the amount of drop you have on her, I'm going to give you 2 free stump points no matter what you roll.
Okay.
Well, there is a thing. I saw the chart earlier. If the target is unaware of you, you get +3 on the attack.
Right. I'm hoping to get basically the drop on her because she's not expecting something
Yeah,
from me.
for
So
unaware.
Could
Yeah.
I help him? Not kill. If I use my action point to have a large piece of fortification fall in the opposite direction where Bianchi is, and have him move it or catch it before it hits someone and draw attention.
So basically buying Borgia extra time to do a follow-up attack if needed.
Yeah, so he's actively not helping Borgia, but something
Right.
is happening to draw attention away from him.
Which would also further help muscle the shot. But yeah, so I asked her if she was okay, get up close, put the pistol right up against her flesh, or somewhere where there's not armor, and pull the trigger with deadly poison.
Bang. Or pack, more like, because it's a daring.
Right. And then the thing
All
falls
ones,
down.
you
and
miss
hopefully comes
completely.
in. Okay, so is a black powder weapon? Without pistol. Why is that? There's 19 to hit
Definitely hits.
with 2 stunt points you're giving me. Okay, then there's this damage. And then is her dexterity less than 4?
It is.
Okay, so that's an extra d6. It's over here. Jesus. So that's actually a 10 because it's a 10, 11 on the first damage roll because it's +2 for mark for death. 12, 13. And I've got 2 stunt points, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do a mighty blow.
Okay.
God damn it. Yeah, so that sucks. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, grand total of 14 base damage. I don't know, and she has to make a roll against the poison. That's not a. I don't know what her bonuses are.
It's Constitution Stamina.
Yeah.
13.
Then I think she takes D6 plus 1 instead of the 2D6.
Yeah.
So you roll another d6 of damage.
Okay. Wow. So an extra 2 points of damage.
Right. That did not instantly drop her.
Yeah, I didn't figure it would with those rolls.
Action point. Beyond just spending an action point to basically buy you another round, as I understand, by causing a
Yeah,
distraction.
so
Unintentionally.
Like some things are falling, and Bianchi's like catching shit, moving shit, just drawing the attention of people over towards him.
So with that, she's obviously aware you attacked her, but everyone else is kind of looking over there, and
Right.
it's a loud noise. So there's people running over to Bianchi. Go, hey, get to him, quick, before he gets crushed. And he's like, I'll be fine. Oh, and it's like, oh. So you do have another round before she attacks back, or calls for help. Either way.
Fair enough. So
Because I did in the initiative. She normally, if she had a higher initiative, she would have done something now, but she doesn't. You rolled
Right,
better than
okay.
her, so.
I got that. Not quite as good. Okay, yeah. So honestly, I'm going to see if I can just knife her.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll use my main gauche. That's a 12.
She's aware of you now, but that hits.
Okay. God, here we go again. 6 damage, plus a d6 for my pinpoint attack. Man, I cannot roll damage for crap today.
6 damage, you saying?
6, 8 total.
Where's the other 2 coming from?
Marked for death.
Oh, right. That's 8, you say? She's still moving.
Yeah, I can't roll damage today. Oh well. Thanks for the unexpected help. Yeah, I don't have any stunt points or anything.
Do you want me to? Can you reroll damage using AP?
No, I don't think.
You
But
can
no,
reroll
it's not.
attack rolls, but I don't think you can reroll damage.
Right.
Okay, well, if you need a thingy, let me know. I'll give him one too.
You guys are being awfully generous to the sudden assassin in your group.
Well, it's not so
Oh,
sudden.
well,
They'll-
no.
We're on the same team. It doesn't matter what you're doing.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'd expect you guys to give me your action points to bail my ass out of something. I'm
Hold
just
on, let me
returning
look
it
at a. Yeah, let me see your action point. Oh wait, no, I need 2 to do an additional major action.
2 action points to allow an additional major.
I didn't
Right.
use a single one, so as far as I'm concerned, if you want it, you got it.
Okay, yeah, if you're willing to give me 2, I'll try one more time.
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, we all share the same resources, so okay, I don't mind.
Okay, so once again,
Cormac now has 0. And there you go.
Oh, no.
At last.
19. Okay. Now let's see
So you want them to be unconscious, right?
let's see.
I suppose you could roll
19.
crap. Let's not get excited.
Yeah,
You
it's,
could
it's
roll
true. I could totally roll crap, as I've proved repeatedly. In
No,
the
mighty
past
blow her, lethal blow her,
2
something
minutes.
her, you
So,
know?
okay, so here's the mango space. So 7. Then the piercing attack. That's 11. And then I will do, since I have 5 points, lethal blow to add in 2d6.
You want them to be helpless, right? Or just unconscious?
So 18.
Good
is the total.
shit.
That does zero them for sure.
Okay, yeah, she's dead.
Okay.
And yeah, I quickly, sheath my weapon and like catch her as if she's just collapsed, and I hurriedly, drag her towards the hospital.
No rep, because this is a secret assassination. No one knows you did this.
Well, I'll get rep with the Ravens.
That's true. We swing the camera, as it were, over to Dema. What are you up to during the chaos of all this?
Um,
Well, Dema,
yeah,
not
as soon as the
Jitsu.
others are sent off, I'm going to try to get the colonel on my horse. And can I spend an AP to say that the 7th Corps main surgeon is not only a well-known surgeon in Gallia, but a well-known surgeon in Alemania? Like he's maybe written a book on physical medicine or something.
Sure, that's fine.
So that like if someone asks or tries to stop me, like his name, they'll be, if I say like, this is who I'm taking her to, they'll be like, oh, really? He's available? Yeah, do that.
Give me communication leadership. I'll give you +2 to the roll.
Is this unknown person part of a faction?
Everyone's part of a faction.
No. McNeil is not.
Mm-hmm.
Well, yeah, but he's weird. He doesn't have any morals, you see. He's kind of a fair weather friend. Militarist.
I am
Yes.
on nobody's side because nobody is on my side.
Okay.
Unlike Diego, the most moral of characters.
That's something like a 26.
Yeah, that's fine. Easily waved off. Waved on, like, go.
All right. Let me look at the stunt point.
No, you must memorize them.
Was this social or exploration?
Social.
Excuse me.
Okay. 2 on a hidden message.
Okay.
That message to the guards, I guess I'm speaking to. That's who
Mhm.
this is.
Yeah, it'd be the Armenians.
Okay. Then that secret message is the Ravens did this. You should clean house. And another 4 points on sway.
Okay.
What attitudes of theirs can I change?
Three page number, 'cause that's faster. page 67. It ranges from very hostile through very friendly. Your average person generally is neutral when you run into them. Well, neutral or standoffish.
Well,
You
okay,
don't-
so
When you
this-
sway, you're moving it up or down the scale.
okay, and this is specifically about me. I can't sway their opinion about another group.
No.
Okay.
I don't believe. Yeah, it's about you. Yeah.
Okay, so did this base social interaction already move them? Because it says move them additional, or is that
It might have, but you're not. To know that is the spend.
okay? Well, then I will spend the 4 to move it in an additional, so they're either going to be open or friendly.
Yeah. Very good. And you start racing them off to to your surgeon.
Yeah, which should be getting close to just outside the gates, because that's who was called.
What I'll do, I'll treat this you riding to them as a complex test, a very simple one.
A very simple complex test. Okay, like a test, you might say.
You might say that, but I won't. Except I did. Shut up. I need more coffee in my life. Reading on some guidelines here. So you're gonna be doing a test basically to ride across, ride as fast as you can to one of the nearby camps, wherever the person is. Well, actually, you're running into them, so it's even the task difficulty is easier. So you're trying to hit a target number, and then your success die is adding to your success threshold. So it's like mass combat, but you're attacking a thing. So this would have been challenging to do. So you have 3 chances to get there fast enough before the person on your horse just bleeds out. It would have been challenging if you're riding all the way to a camp outside of town. But because they're meeting you halfway, the threshold is 12, so it's average.
All right.
You get 3 chances to get that on your success die. Unless you have some special argument elsewise, I think dexterity riding makes sense because it's just straight up riding as fast as you can to the doctor, the surgeon.
That seems fine with me. I don't know that there is any. I don't think I have any higher rolls than that. And in fact, I don't.
Six.
I think that's a good start.
Oh, that's halfway there. 2 more chances. And 21 gets it, in case you're wondering. And 14, is it really hard to ride around these streets?
You
How
said
hard is
the
it?
target number was 12.
No, the
Oh,
success
okay.
threshold, yeah. But 14, the roads aren't
points.
hard to ride around in. Some points won't mean anything for the advanced for the complex test. Not this one. Sometimes they do. Sometimes they let you shave stuff off, but usually they fade off into the wilderness. But yeah, no, you're able to get Richter to the surgeon. Like they meet you halfway, and they're able to stabilize Richter before they bleed out.
I will leave a message with the doctor. We'll tell him to tell her that she is here, wounded courtesy of the Ravens, and that actually, I may be using a lot of info I don't know. I don't know how I would know this person was a Raven unless I saw something.
Perception seeing.
I just I didn't even think of that when we saw them originally. That Diego's the only one that knows that.
Yeah, I think you would know it's an assassin, and if I know you're attacking someone specifically, I should probably attack him as well. That was my justification.
Well, I knew it was an assassin. I saw them do the assassination. Well, I just don't know.
Right, because the last assassin you saw was from the 10 Isles and was going after Diego.
Yeah, so I was just shooting on someone
Right.
our side was
Right.
going on. Like I said, that's my specific justification.
But probably you got it since.
Yeah, 14. You're able to see, because I highlighted that they had the dagger that they produced. You saw the emblem of the raven on the wrist dagger.
Okay. Because we were about to have to retcon a whole lot of things that I told people. 6 steps. I think this is social. No, this would be exploration, right? Because this isn't what I was. This role wasn't to talking to him. It was what
Seeing
I saw.
something back then, yeah. Quick flashback. What did I see?
All right. Potentially 2 bouts of extra information.
I'll give you one bout of it.
Do the thing where it's extra information twice, but not really.
Well,
Well,
it's
that-
not going
you
to
mean
work
so-
if he doesn't have the info.
Yeah.
It's insight and extra information.
Yeah.
Same thing, just two different
Insight doesn't
basically.
tell you anything. All it does is give you a bonus.
No. There's some combination that's like
Pay attention.
that's it. Yeah.
No, I'm telling you to pay. No, that's what it's called.
Yeah.
Well,
But yes, the extra information I will tell you is you could tell that you could see that their gloves had black powder, a lot more black powder than one would otherwise expect, like along the fingers and hands and such.
All right. Wariness. Plus 3 points in case they want to come assassinate me.
Okay.
So yeah, my message to the physician to tell Richter would be that she is here wounded because courtesy of the Ravens, she is here alive courtesy of me. I will be interrogating her assassin, and she could come if she's well enough, she can come assist. If she's not well enough, then she can see him staked out on the road as she leaves town. And I'll leave the doctor with that message.
Defender of the common field officer. I don't think field like.
Field grade is
Like colonel and
lieutenant,
above, right?
Majors and above.
Okay, so she would count. Okay, I think. But defender of the common field officer, bonus with commoners and negative with middle.
The middle classes are deep in bed with these Ravens.
Yeah, they're tailors. What else are they a part of?
Yeah. They make
Yeah.
nice suits.
Yeah, and I was getting so good in with the middle classes, and now I'm down one.
It's a good thing because I'm pretty sure after all this, my dress uniforms and tat is not looking so great.
Yeah, it looks bloody as hell because you shot someone and then stabbed them twice. Never mind carrying hurt people around and stuff, so. Yeah, eventually, Borgia and Bianchi and McNeil are able to muster up outside of the fort. With the fires under control and various wounded being looked after, and the prisoner being carted off back to camp, back to one of the command tents.
So, whatever shall I tell the Marshal about all this?
Well, tell him the truth. There's a reason we made alliances with the Taylors. Tell him that this could well have been us instead of the Almanians.
Dema eventually starts riding back, I imagine.
You could tell him that your breveted Sioux lieutenant is handsome and also very strong.
Yes.
Your call.
Haven't I done enough by making you a breveted Sioux lieutenant and defending you in front of the Marshal?
I'm the one who had to write the report to convince the Marshal.
You're his commanding officer.
I'll shut up. Bianchi is one of the best soldiers we've had here today, certainly, with shots like that.
Well, doesn't this melt my old icicle-chained heart?
Well,
It all
in
looks
any
from
event,
a distance
in
like
fact,
corpus.
I will pull out. I will pull out the Colonial Vinlander rifle, and I'll say, "I have no use of this, Bianchi. If you want it, it's yours." It's like what, a 5.5 foot, 6 foot rifle.
Yeah.
like a Kentucky long rifle.
Yeah, it has no place on my saddle.
Sure. I'll add it to the collection of exotic weaponry I'm going to be using.
I'll put this. That's what it does in the thing.
Length from 54 to over 70 inches.
Yeah, it's like a squirrel gun, right?
No, I mean it's a full. They're equal or larger in caliber than most muskets. It's just got a longer barrel, so the powder, the gases have longer to push the ball.
Yeah.
The only big downside is, well, it's, oh my god, long.
Right.
Yeah,
Compared to a musket.
it's great for hunting. It is not great for military applications unless that application is shooting a British Major General. Then it's
Right.
perfect.
A good sniper's rifle.
I mean, the fact that it comes with stunt lightning attack -1 means
Oh,
I
yeah.
can lightning attack for 1 point.
So yeah, Diego's like, I for one am ready to get a change of clothes, and due respect to Captain, I think you have some valuable intelligence to get to the Marshal.
Yes, I do suppose that is correct. I will commend you all. You all did perform rather admirably today.
And
good job.
I will. I'll come let you know shortly, Captain. We'll definitely have more information for you to give the Marshal.
Oh,
very
shall I delay my meeting with the Marshal then?
Oh, sure. Perhaps you could come assist in retrieving the information.
Well, that sounds like a grand idea, doesn't it? Alright, lead the way. As for the two of you, go get yourself a shower and something hot to eat. I'm sure you can manage that.
Right, let's see to the troops first. Bianchi, and then cleaning up sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, if they didn't believe me, I could have lifted up that gate. You should have seen the stuff I was lifting up inside the fort. These Almanians have got weak noodle arms.
I'll go with Dima to find further evidence.
And at some point when on our way back through town, Diego will let Bianchi go ahead with the troops to the barracks area, and I will find a tailor shop.
That would be in Faymarket somewhere. Which scene do you all want to resolve first?
Well, I'm not doing anything important, so you can skip me.
Okay, you first
Yep.
then.
Well, the outcome of the scene I am going to end up having could seriously impact negatively Diego's scene. So I don't know if you want to do that first or wait so you
Sure.
have time to repair the damage.
Sure, I'm not going to do terribly much damage. I don't think. But yeah, I'll go ahead then.
You step into the tailor shop, a House of Ravens tailor shop. There's a couple here in Aquahaven. A couple tailor shops, not House of
Right,
Ravens.
right.
And one of them looks upon you and says, sees the uniform that obviously isn't Vitlulian or Almanian, and they've seen all the other 7th Corps people around here. But then there's a pause of the hell, because your outfit is non-standard.
Right.
You're one of the few Voltagiers, a horse in the whole region. But eventually, they kind of there's a pause, and then they say something in look at your face. They say something in trade because they don't know if you speak Gallian or not. Good day, sir. Is there any way I can assist you with anything, or would you looking for new jackets, maybe new clothes, new boots, new hat, gloves?
Yes.
Undershirts, perhaps.
Yes, I definitely. My dress uniform here is completely in need of repair, replacement as necessary, and I've already been fitted well for a set of gloves, although they are a bit stiff. I have yet to complete breaking them in.
Oh, you have well, let's get you into a room then and get you dressed down and settled in.
Sounds good.
And they go through
And
the
yeah,
initial motions of just any old tailor until they get to the part about the gloves and they see the the thing, and it's like there's a pause and then there's a pause in a moment, and then they say something in Vitlulian, and then the activity around your area. There's not a ton of people in here. There's like a few people shopping here. They're talking to people, and then they say, "One moment, we'll take you to in a special fitting room for someone of your
Thank you.
loyalty to the shop. And take you to another room with a lock, and it's not where in one of the regular dressing rooms, a place where no one can accidentally wander into." And how may I assist a fellow tailor? And they continue working on fitting your clothes, because you actually do need new clothes.
Yes, it's true. Well, a very talented seamstress of our acquaintance had a particularly bad day, and unfortunately, the item that they were supposed to mend may well still need taken care of, while the seamstress themselves appears to have been arrested on some sort of for carrying a needle that was too long. It was seen right in the middle of everything. Believe they've been taken back to. Believe both items and questions have been taken back to various points in the Gallian army for treatment.
I see. You have any way of? Well, it seems that she's rather overworked and maybe in need of some early retirement. Would you be able to help her with that?
Was that laugh in character?
Yeah, that was a character. I can certainly try, but it would need to be something perhaps that they could fill out their own retirement paperwork.
Speed in such a matter is of the essence. The longer a due retirement holds, the more of a financial burden is put upon our entire industry. Did you have a good bit of work yourself? He says as someone puts away the bloody clothes.
Yeah. Yes, the day was exciting, although productive, and I'm not too sure about the class of customer I've been asked to serve lately. It doesn't sit well with me, but in any event, perhaps once you've got my measurements here and are working on the replacements for these rags, you might provide me with some refreshment to take to the seamstress as we discuss her retirement.
Very good. Your bill comes to with your discount, of course, a singular gold piece. We are the best tailors in the continent.
Indeed. And Lord knows, the standard dress uniform wouldn't have held up under all this. So, yes, I will pay the gold piece and collect the refreshments and head out.
And then as you're about to leave, sir, you dropped your coin pouch. It must have fallen out of your clothes.
My apologies, and thank you for your honesty. Not that I would expect anything less.
You get a level glare for a second, and then it goes away, and they put on the big old customer service smile. Of course, sir.
I didn't honestly mean that as a crack, but okay.
Don't even joke about that, man. sort of look. You gain 80 silver.
I have to do math. There we go.
See, I'm just trying to figure out between all of us, who's the most morally corrupt?
It's not Isabel.
It's McNeil. He hasn't chosen a cause yet.
Well, McNeil's planning his own ascension to a throne.
Also, McNeil has been very reluctant to engage in any unnecessary violence, so it's not him.
So Craven.
Yeah, you've got an assassin, and we've got someone smoozing up to do the dirty work of a secret organization.
But
So
but you haven't really hurt anyone in pursuit of that special organization yet, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Someone.
I'm pretty sure Borgia is the morally corrupt. I don't know that there's a way around that at this point. He's serving two masters.
He's not serving three. Dumas and McNeil come to where the assassin has been detained.
I'll say, perhaps we should speak with them, Captain. And while we do that, I will have my men go ahead and prepare by finding a tree and a length of rope so the execution can be handled.
Your prisoner, do you wish to do the interrogation, or?
You have a way with words, Captain.
Oh, very well. Hand me a chair. And did you find any poison in her mouth?
I guess, can we look over all the items the troops took off of her?
Yeah, it doesn't seem there was.
Okay.
All right.
It does not seem so, Captain.
Hand me a chair and waken her, will you?
I hand Captain a chair and I throw a bucket of water on her.
Ah,
Oh, good morning. Did you have a nice sleep?
Spits at you.
No. It wasn't me who brought you here. What's your name?
It says something in Vitluian. Doesn't sound like a name, though. Whatever they said doesn't look very friendly either.
Speak any trade?
Very well, Mr. Shithead. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Only way I can save you from the hangman's noose if you cooperate with me.
Deception roll?
But I don't know if that would be appropriate, because if the captain gives an order, Isabel is not going to execute someone the captain's given amnesty to.
So, are you genuinely offering this person?
I'm genuinely offering, like, hey, work alongside me and maybe you can get off the tree.
Give me persuasion then.
It still wouldn't matter. What class is she, or what social strata is she?
What faction is she of?
Yes.
She's a commoner.
He's a raven.
Oh, so a +8. So 21 with 1 stun point.
Even with the penalty, because they're hostile. It doesn't. Yep.
I'll spend 1 to impress.
Take a deep breath. You look into the ground. Amara.
Pleasure to meet you, Amara. I'm sorry we have met each other in such a sordid way. I think you were just at the wrong place at the wrong time, perhaps, or maybe we were at the wrong place at the wrong time. But I should like to know more. You were sent by the House of Ravens, is that correct?
I really didn't like what she was doing with the unit.
Come on,
She's a commoner.
I'll
Undeserving of her officer title.
I'll grab her. Was it the gloves or the blade that had the symbol of the raven on them?
It would be the blade, the mechanism.
I'll grab the blade and throw it in front of the cell.
Don't play coy. I think we've found some sort of evidence. Besides, it's not like I don't know about them. We made a deal with them, in fact. We're not enemies, you and I, nor do I wish to consider us as such.
Communication persuasion again.
Are they +1? 12?
You still get
12 plus 8, 20.
Yeah. Well, I have worked with the tailors before, but accurately, I was commissioned through the tailoring establishment of the House of Ravens.
So you are a mercenary?
No. I am a tradeswoman.
Of course you are. If that's what they call themselves these days. Many tradeswomen here and there taking part in the war in ways that should not be taken part of, perhaps. In any case, your objective then was to eliminate the Lieutenant Colonel. Just out of curiosity, what was the price put on her head?
Probably more than 80 silver.
Yeah.
Hey, I have 79. Okay.
No, I was just saying that's what I got paid for the lieutenant, so the colonel had to be more pricey.
Oh, I thought you were making a jab at my poor personal finances.
No.
$1,400 silver.
God damn.
My. Quite a fetching price. Have you received it up front, or are you to receive it when the contract is over?
You pay for a suit when I tell you I'm going to start on it, or when it's finished?
Depends on who I'm getting it made from. Some tailors requested suits to be paid up front.
Especially if they have the reputation to demand it.
The House of Ravens expects completed work before payment. And if anyone is found in arrears, then they are corrected in their error.
See, unfortunately, I don't think that this time the House of Ravens can complete this contract. We need this woman, and considering that, well, your assassination attempt was, this time, unsuccessful, might I suggest an alternative?
She shrugs and just looks at you.
How about you just cut and run? We let you go, and we forget this ever happened, and you go to someplace where the ravens can't touch you. For instance, I heard, what was it? Wait. I heard, Mustakilan's, or Mustakil, or what's the name of that country, Corby?
Mustakalani?
Yeah, well, that's the people.
Mr. Quillan is the place.
Ah. Mustaquilan, is very warm and sunny this time of year.
Every time of year.
My leaving does not cancel the contract. It just simply means to be fitted for a suit by a different tailor.
What
Oh, I
needs to
know.
be done to close all the Alamanian contracts?
You would need to speak with a master tailor at one of our establishments. There is one here in Aquahaven.
Oh, is that so?
Perhaps you can speak to them on our behalf?
Oh, I doubt the young lady here would be welcome in the tailor's establishment considering she failed. Is that right?
I am supposed to complete my assignment, and I return once I'm done. Failure to do that will result in my early retirement.
Well, let's say hypothetically that if I were not to drag you over to the hangman's tree and hang you, would you, and instead I would release you, would you still go about completing your contract, or would you disappear?
Until such time as my assignment is canceled and the commission is revoked, I have every reason to continue. Though I will admit, from a professional level, I would have to wait a bit longer to try again. There's no sense rushing a suit when you already tear it up and make a mess in front of everybody.
Do you not fear death at all?
If I were to flee, then death would be the least of my worries.
No, you have your ways to survive, I'm sure. You seem like a resourceful sort of person.
I'm also not stupid.
And by granting you amnesty, do I appear as one? Stupid, that is.
I leave that to your own judgment.
Do you think a master tailor would rather see his order in conflict with both Gallia and Alamania, or to bury the hatchet with Alamania?
They'll roll for that. They may know, but I cannot pretend to know the expertise of a master tailor. Though I am familiar with the one here in Aquahaven, I do not know their specific professional preferences.
Where are the tailors located here?
At the tailor shop of the House of Ravens in Faymarket.
Great. Well, I'll give you a deal right now. We will. Isabel, tell the men to prepare for a summary execution of this person tomorrow by when the clock strikes 11 times at the latest. And here's my deal to you. I will go to this house of tailors and I will speak on your behalf as well to the tailors to see if they can release you from your contract. And all the Alamanians from their contracts as well, I should hope. If I am unsuccessful, then I am sorry, but under the rule of law, you must be subject to summary execution. If I am successful, then you shall be released post-haste without any sort of strings attached to you or to me. You're free to go, but I want you out of my sight and out of this army sight as far as you can go, and do not look back. Do we have a deal?
In all honesty, I do not know or pretend to know the movements of your army, and I may encounter them again in the future, unintentionally. But I have no intention of
that's...
leaving the Queendom of Vitlu,
Oh,
unless
well,
so
that's a
ordered
shame.
by the House of Ravens.
Then that's a shame. Well, then here's an addendum to the clause. You seem like a capable enough tradeswoman without having the need to assassinate others. If I release you from your binds with the Ravens, stop working with them. Because let's be frank, you got caught once, you're going to get caught again. Next time, I won't be there to save your hide.
There is no leaving the House of Ravens.
Oh, is death the only exit then?
Retirement is the only solution, and at which point one never takes up the trade again. And it could be a long retirement or an early retirement.
In this case, it would be a long one.
Why must you people be so bloody stubborn? I'm offering you a chance, a new beginning, and yet still you spurn me. Why?
I have the power of conviction and the belief that our work is good, makes the world a better place.
Your conviction and your belief and your trade is exactly what makes everything in this bloody place so rotten.
Says a soldier and an officer invading another country for petty politics. You're no different than I am. You just have you have more guns than I do.
The difference between you and me, madam, is that I do not believe that I am doing a righteous cause.
So you know you do evil and then continue to do so. So I'm the righteous one here. That is a strange argument to take.
Belief that
Captain,
one is doing a righteous cause and doing a righteous cause are quite different. If you think by assassinating someone and taking away their life, which should only be the duty of Saint Solara and her angels, perhaps, that you are doing the right thing, you are gravely mistaken.
Captain, perhaps it is time that you have gone and spoken with this Master Tailor.
Yes, and it is perhaps time that you set up the rope on the hangman's tree for this woman. Tomorrow at 11 at the latest, unless I strike an accord.
Captain, I think your offer's been rejected. If I do not kill her, they will kill her, or she will kill the colonel. There is no way she can be released.
There's always a way. Even your soul, madam, has a price, I reckon. What do you think it is?
But Captain, you misunderstand. If you bargain for her life, they will just kill her. There is no saving her. We might be able to stop more people from dying, but we can't stop her from dying.
That I refuse to believe until all offers have been declined. Keep her in jail until tomorrow. Should I fail, you have my permission to execute her.
Understood. I'll call over to Sergeant Duvall,
Mm-hmm.
and I'll say, Sergeant, get me a day's ration and a day's water.
Sir?
And when he returns with that, I will give it to her.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will tell Sergeant Duvall to surround her and to make sure that there is a constant watch of at least 10 men. This is the only thing the Cuirassiers are concerned with right now. And that no one's even to feed her, to give her drink. No one's to touch her or get within 10 feet of her. Right? She has what she needs to survive another day. Now you keep her alive. That's unless you want to be a corporal, right?
Yeah. It's like, oh. There's an
And then-
initial moment of, that seems like a lot of effort, but all right, the lieutenant wants us to do that. That's what we're doing, I guess.
And then I will leave with McNeil so that when this all blows up in McNeil's face, I can help save him. Or, I mean, maybe he's got the enough gab to get us through. But I'm not sure. So better to go along than leave him to his own.
I get you. What is Bianchi up to as you're able to get back to camp and with your fellows and all such?
I'd make sure the ones who came back with us are well situated. Make sure none of them got any serious injuries. But yeah, just making sure the troops are all set, making sure there's no major issues arising.
Intelligence military lore. Yeah, that gets it. People seem to be relatively keyed up. They'll be excited to leave Aquahaven because for most people, they just figure they're here for the short term before they march south. So, well, southwest, but still, like they're ready to go, but they're glad not to be in a fight right now. So everyone's in pretty good spirits in general. I mean, there's talk about the explosion at the fort, or lots of people are wondering about that, talking among each other, going like, "Hey, what did you see? Oh, well, there was this big explosion, so on and so on."
Could I spend? I'll spend 4 to sway, just to, just like the general troops.
Mm-hmm.
And can I spend 1 to read the situation, like to see what their hidden feelings are?
The thing I'll say is that they're not voicing it, and they're trying not to whinge about it out loud, but you can kind of read between the lines that people are getting annoyed that they're not getting the loot as much as they would like. They haven't gotten to do that since Songoso, and even then there wasn't a ton to loot there. It was a small like church village, so there's not a lot to take. And you guys didn't really take anything from Seabreeze Cove, and you're in Aquahaven spending money, so it's a lot of we're not being paid a bunch, and we're not gaining a lot back. And no one's really super enthused about this war at the moment because they're not fighting Tinlanders, they're fighting Vitluians. So the whole Continental system idea kind of is going over the common soldier's head. I mean, the Emperor says so, off we go, to war we go, silver in hand, but like, who cares? it's a job, I guess. Just not a very well paying one, apparently. What
is the average soldier's pay? Is it like a silver or some shit?
Probably something like that. I don't have the exact number off the top of my head, but it's not a lot. You might make 1 to 6 silver on a given assignment sort of thing. Like it depends on what you're doing. If you're doing like especially hard work. Actually, these people are dragoons. They're being paid a little better than your average trooper because they have horses. But a lot of that money, any money they do get, usually ends up being spent back into the horse, into their gear, into their shot and stuff.
Okay. So what I'll do is, considering I've been doing this all along and the fuckers have forgotten, I've been paying for them to not loot. So every time we've had loot come up and instead of them like just raiding, Bianchi's been paying them. Like don't do that here. He can have some of the funds. So considering they seem a bit discontented, he's gonna give each of our soldiers, and not all of them, an extra 2 silver.
Yeah. In fact, I'll point out what were we doing 4 weeks ago in game?
You were in what?
Yeah, we weren't even here yet 4 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Okay, then how many weeks have we been in country?
Let's see. Diego's paid. We've been like 2-3 weeks at most.
Something like that,
I think
yeah.
it's like 2 weeks total. Yeah. Because Diego's been paying the, food and board for the rifles.
Oh, okay. I was going to point that out, that they had been being paid. It's like the rifles have paid 280 silver already. Been paid 280 silver.
But they could be making so much more. They were looting. Like, it's not like that's why they're not like whinging a lot. It's more of a, I kind of want to do it. It's something to do. I could make a lot of money. I might hit the jackpot. Maybe I'll find the next crown jewels. And it's like, you don't. Here's a steady pay. It's like, well, if I wanted steady pay and to walk around a bunch, I could have stayed home.
Well, if that's the case, I won't do it 2 silvers. I'm going to do a silver per person, and it's going to be, look, we're going to get an assignment soon. We'll probably have a chance to gain something as a unit, but for now, tonight's rounds are on me.
Very good. My people are happy with that. They don't mind about it, and
Because the last thing we need is us saying charge and the men going, what?
Yeah, they're not like disloyal or super discontent. It's just a disappointment thing. It's more of a, that's one thing. If there's anything I'd like about my job better, I'd like a better chance at the loot lotto. But, we're being paid. We're not being shot at all that often, but
But yeah, I'll spend, what would you think is a reasonable amount to pay for, like I said, just our guys to have a good time tonight?
That I can actually tell you. Thanks, page down option there. 2 silver per person. Is a pretty good night. If you're just throwing 2 silver just for the night.
Be 66 total.
Yeah, I'll happily pay out 66, and so it's also, again, it's less of like calming their discontent. It's more of a, hey, the lieutenant looks after us, so does the lieutenant. So when they look at us, they go, oh, these guys actually look out for us.
I get you.
But yeah, that is me.
Borgia, what are you up to? What's the night drones on?
I don't know.
Drones
Probably winding up meeting Isabel and Cormac on their way to the tailor shop as I'm leaving the tailor shop.
Yeah, so you meet each other in Fay Market.
Yeah. Where are you two headed?
To meet with your tailors.
Oh, well, I could probably show you the way. What about?
We're trying to get them to drop all Alamanian contracts and release a young lady from her service.
Why on earth would they drop the Alamanian contracts? You've seen the map.
Because they're about to lose their galleon one.
Well, but we've got evidence that Almania is planning a massive invasion, not only of here, but also of Winalani.
And that, when it gets to the right hands, may not yet come to pass.
Well,
It is
I mean,
our sworn duty to uphold the safety of our allies, is it not?
I mean, okay, but it seems to me that all these people are doing are defending their homes from an invading force, and it's going to be kind of difficult to persuade them to do otherwise. But
They can go march in a line if they wish to defend their homes.
well, all right.
What are you?
Sure.
What is this about? The Alabanians invading?
Oh, you haven't shown Isabel the map.
Oh yes, Isabel, take a look at it. Take a look at this. I was going to show it to the marshal. Eventually.
You haven't spoken with the marshal yet.
Perhaps, Captain, you can go speak with the tailors. I will say this to the marshal.
Why would you want to see this to the marshal?
Well, because whoever brings us to the marshal it's kind of a coup, which is why I told you to mention me when you did it.
Is that all you people care about?
Promotion and pay raise? Yeah, most officers.
Silence, voice from the sky. Did I ask you something?
No, Captain. I firmly believe in the integrity of Gallia and the wishes of its emperor. This map being given to the marshal would be in line with that.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes, what?
I can show you to the tailor shop, but honestly, if you're not going to deliver the map, I should be able to deliver the map. I'm the guy who stole it in the first place.
Some people are walking by looking over at the three of these officers talking among themselves, and they just carry on with their day.
You two are bickering like small children. You know what? Fine. If you want to bring the map over to the marshal so much, have at it. Whoever is the strongest wins. I'll take the map and I'll throw it on the ground nearby. Go! Fight like the little children you are.
Come on, Isabel,
walk
let's
away.
go see the marshal.
I don't get off my horse for that.
Yeah, I'll pick that up and go with Isabel to the marshal.
Um,
I'll point Cormac in the wrong direction for the tailor shop.
In the wrong direction.
as we're riding away, well, but she already told us the right place.
Yeah, fair enough. But...
Well, she told you look for this building in Fay Market, so...
Okay.
No, it's over that way. Actually, all the way that way. No, it's over here somewhere.
I'll tell Borgia, I've put a great deal of effort into saving this lieutenant colonel, and I mean to get something out of it. Can he arrange a simple trade that protects her in exchange for this prisoner?
For the failed assassin, I don't think they'll go for that one. I mean, from their perspective, Isabel, they're honestly at war with the Almanians, and this is how the Ravens conduct war when it comes to people who mess with Vitlu.
They care nothing for prisoners of war?
I mean, it's not really their style. I can't imagine that someone who failed in their mission is going to be particularly high on their exchange, but I mean, I can certainly try, but I'm just very doubtful they'll buy.
Even to protect whatever this spy has told me?
I mean,
because it hasn't been told to the marshal yet.
They'll try to early retire her, but
they're not going to get close.
Well, fair enough. But I mean, isn't that what Cormac's going to do? Try and do that negotiating?
No, McCormick is going to try to save the world.
Oh, well,
I only want to save one lieutenant colonel.
I mean, fair enough if he manages to negotiate some treaty between the Alamanians and the Taylors, then probably they won't feel a need to retire their
I don't
failed
wish to
operative.
see Winalani in the hands of the Almanians, though.
I don't either. Which, you know, as far as I'm concerned, the more they're tied down here and having their officers killed off, the better for Winalani.
Perhaps then I will have to go see within the next day or two whatever I can get out of this lieutenant colonel because she's not going to be around much longer.
You that badly hurt? I thought you'd gotten her.
No, but where there's one assassin, I assume there are more.
Safe anyway.
All right. Well,
So you,
too bad for the assassin then. I guess she will be handled tomorrow morning.
yeah, well, doesn't sound like you'll be getting anything more out of her then.
We got enough.
We zoom over to. We'll do this last scene here. We zoom over to McNeil and the tailor shop. They see you in your attire. They see your face. And you have a decent reputation with the bourgeois, don't you, there, McNeil?
I think so. Let me count it for you to be precise. Hang on. Bourgeois, right?
Yep.
Oopsie daisy. Okay, let's start from the bottom. -1, +1, +1. So we're at 1 now. -1, we're at 0. -1, we're at -1. Minus another one, I think. So we're at -2. Yeah, we're at a -2.
Oh, I have the wrong of it then. So yeah, the guy, the master tailor of the house doesn't approach you. He just kind of gives you a look and motions his chin at somebody to go over to you. Looks at your uniform, says something in Gallian.
I speak Gallian.
Hello, monsieur. And how can we assist you today?
I'm here to speak with the head tailor.
Oh, he's quite busy right now. Is there anything in particular you're looking for? A special commission? I might be able to do it for you.
This is regarding your Alamanian contracts. Let's cut through the small talk, please. I need to speak with him.
Communication persuasion with the penalty you have with bourgeois.
16.
Wait here a moment. Over to him, whisper something at him. As the tailor kind of gives you a look, gives him a look, sighs, and waves him off. If you'll follow me, sir.
Of course.
He takes you to one of the dressing rooms out back. Closes the curtain and looks at you and says, "And how may I help the gentleman?"
What will it take for you to desist for the time being on your Alamanian contracts?
Until what time?
Until the time when Gallia picks up its bags and leaves Vitlu.
$170 gold. We could put it on. We could put a hold on all those contracts. It'll annoy people, but we can give them a refund. We can give them partial refunds.
Forget currency for the time being. What would be something non-currency that Gallia could provide you for the time being?
I'm of understanding that. Well, I suppose. Now that I think of it, we could use a. New branch in, I won't say Lumerburg, that's asking a lot, really. There's lots of competition. In one of your Gallian cities, but not the capital.
I've already given your people permission to operate in my domain in the Tin Isles, and later a promise when I ascend onto the throne of the Tin Isles that you are free to operate within the entirety of the Tin Isles. Is that not enough?
Why would it be? As I understand it, that's for the contract to preserve your the suits and uniforms of the Gallian army. It has nothing of any measure for the Almanian army. Different accounts.
I see. 170 gold.
Mm-hmm. And you're only asking for a hold, so there's no real reason to ask much more than that. And that's why a singular city, not the capital. It's not a major thing.
I'd want something else alongside this as well. You have a lady in your employ by the name of Amara.
Mm-hmm.
I'd like for her to be released of her contract with you.
That is a different affair. You would have to pay for her retirement. Her long retirement, I believe you understand. One moment, sir. Let me check her account. And he steps away, leaving you in the dressing room for a minute or so.
Mm-hmm.
Well, could have helped you last week, but I spent all my gold. I cannot help you this week.
Comes back. Oh, sorry to say that if she were to enjoin in a long retirement now, there would be a variety of other suits that would have to find new tailors, and they are very sizable. Actually, two birds, one stone. If you put a hold on the Almanian army uniform contracts, then that can cheapen her retirement and say 60 gold.
You know what else could possibly cheapen her retirement? She is currently in prison, I'm afraid. And
surrounded by 10 men, I'm so informed, yes.
Yes, and there are people in the Gallian High Command who have half a mind to give her over to the Alamanians for questioning, considering she was captured in an Alamanian fort trying to complete a contract on an Alamanian target.
Mm-hmm.
She might squeal.
Oh,
I have the
whatever
power
would
to
I
get her
do?
out. Oh, well. Cheapen her price, and I'll get her out. You'll hear nary a peep from her ever again.
You're the one that wants her to retire now. What, was your intention to pay the full price and have her sit in prison in retirement?
No.
I don't see the sense of this.
I'll free her.
Weren't you going to do that anyway?
No. Law demands that she be executed. I offered her a chance
So you
by
would pay
telling
for her
her...
retirement only for her to be executed anyway.
No, you misunderstand me. I offered her a chance. I would speak with you and see if you are willing to release her of her contract.
Mhm.
She said, however, that that is unlikely, and even if I released her, um, well, if I released her in this state that she is in right now, she would still attempt to continue her contract because she is filled with zeal and conviction and all sorts of things which, frankly, I do not understand. But she's meant for more than this.
Okay. If the contract is closed, then there's nothing for her to do. And if it's put on hold, it's put on hold. If she's put into
Yes,
retirement, she can't work.
I would like to retire her, and
Right.
then I'll free her,
Right.
so
And
she can go along her merry way and be happy. Away from this world of assassination and intrigue and all this mischievous things that you people do.
okay, and I'm supposed to give you a discount for that. You're the one who's being magnanimous here. You're the one that styles himself Saint Solara to judge upon us poor backward Vitlulians, but I told you what the price is as a professional to a fellow professional. If you're unwilling or unable to pay that price, then all the shame.
GM, how likely am I to get this money from the treasury?
From the army, you'd have to do a roll. How hard would it be? Let me give you a rough idea. Because it'd be in the book, you'd be able to guess it. I don't think.
Well, yeah, because that's 1760 gold.
Yeah, you're looking at. That's a
No,
lot.
so no.
for
It's
onions.
it's not 1760 gold. It's 240. No, 200 and sorry, 30?
Yeah,
230 gold.
230.
Target number of like 19 or 21, depending how
Wait,
you argue it.
I'm confused. I thought you got a discount for retiring her because the
Yeah,
uh
it went down from 160 to 60.
Yeah.
yeah, I thought 60 was all you had to pay. You have to pay two amounts.
Yeah. Because there's two contracts you're worrying about. You're putting all of them on hold, and you want her freedom. It's like, well, her freedom normally would be 160, but if they're on hold anyway, we have all the time in the world to find new people because
How
she's not
willing would
working.
how willing would our Alamanian friends be to cover this charge? Can I think for a second? Considering I've just saved their hides. They don't have to know about the duration. I'll just say,
Why would they give you any money?
because I've saved their hides.
No, there's no way. I will
They
tell you,
already know they are in this conflict.
and they already would have guessed that assassins would be trying to kill them. You save one lieutenant colonel's life. The Almanian army won't care that much. They'll just say, we'll kill the assassins.
Okay, well, I'll ask the Master
What?
Tailor. Do you accept IOUs?
No.
Well, you see, I have to go to the quartermaster to ask for the funds. Will you accept an IOU?
No.
A banknote?
You have a reputation for not looking after the trades. So I'm not willing to take you on your word, sir. I'm just being honest with you. There's no sense dithering about it.
Yes, I suppose there isn't, is there? I will return, with or without your money. We'll see.
May I offer you some free advice, sir?
You
One
offer free
gentleman to
advice
another.
to a man who does not respect the trades. I'm willing to take it, I suppose.
We here in Aquahaven are very patient. We learn to be. Most port cities do. But not everyone will be as tolerant of Tin Islander saber rattling. I appreciate it. It's refreshing. But others may take it here in Vitlu with far more venom.
Saber rattling. If I had a saber, things would be much, much different. Good day.
Good day. Do you want to buy anything?
Piss off.
And with that happy note, we end the
Piss off,
episode. Yeah. So, the Lieutenant Colonel managed to be saved. You managed to dig your way out of her bad graces, and now are bargaining for the lives of the Almanian officers. But soon, time ticks away as the 7th Corps will be marching and continuing their war. We'll see how that turns out next time. For all of you watching, thank you very much for watching. For those of you playing, very much for playing. And hope to see you all again next time. Bye.
Dude, I could front most of that, but you would have to convince the shit out of Bianchi to try and get that money.
I don't want to leech it. I don't want to leech it off you. Don't worry.